What's up, my dudes? Oh boy, we got mentioned. Oh, it's a beautiful day. It's a beautiful day to be a Windwalker monk. Oh my god. But yeah, they finally mentioned us. It was worrying at first when those, because they delayed these buffs and nerfs for the recent cycle. Like usually they come out around like Tuesday, Wednesday, Monday. They waited till it was like 11 p.m. for me on Friday, and then it must have been like pretty much almost like 4 or 5 in the US, right? Something like that. So they were like, right, we're gonna get these out, and then we're gonna go we're gonna go away for the weekend and let them dabble. And the initial set that they released didn't mention us, and it was like kind of disheartening in a way. Um, because I was hoping for like at least some mention about maybe tier set changes or something like that, or like at least anything, right? So some sort of mention, like a little tiny mention. Nothing, and I was like, no. And then I was strolling on Peak of Serenity to keep up with stuff, and someone posted that on Zorthos's Twitch stream that there was some Chinese had data mine Windwalker buffs, and I was like, raised eyebrow. Hold up, they data mined what now? And then within like 5-10 minutes of that, we got confirmation that we got a buff at 5%. That's pretty good. Like that's genuinely pretty good, because it's not like in terms of damage, we're not bottom of the barrel, right? Our damage is pretty decent. Like we're mid, I'd say mid in terms of damage. Like if you take your like utility and all that jazz out the window, like mid damage. So 5% is good. I think that's gonna really help us in the raid. In M plus, I think it'll be good. I don't know if it'll like propel us to being like, you know, like meta comp or anything like that, but it'll definitely help. But in the raid, I think that's big. Like raid, like we needed to like kind of shine in the raid on single target, and I think that propels us. Like I've seen like some early preliminary like sims and stuff like that for like a few specs and stuff. Obviously still early days. PTR specs damage changes and drops all the time, and we were about mid-table there, and I think we're just above 6 milli right now, which puts us in the top bracket, which on paper is like, well shit, okay, is that a raid spot? is is that a raid spot for where you need actual damage? Maybe not like AoE boss fights, but for sure the single target ones. I could definitely see it. 5% overall damage. Yep, Carty, you're correct. And Flurry Strikes requires less energy with Forset. Interesting changes. Hello. So, the Shadow Pan one's really... The Shadow Pan one's interesting because it's very deceptive. They never officially... So, let me switch to let me go to a screen, actually. This will help. I can go... No, I'll just go to the gaming one. Let's switch to this. So Shadowpan's a weird one where they never actually changed anything on the PTR. They suggested that they were going to change it to 150 energy, like for weeks and weeks and weeks. If you looked over the set pieces, it always said it would expend at 150 energy, but it didn't. It never worked like that in the game. They basically had it written down, but it never implemented itself, and that was for weeks and weeks. So we were all up in the air, like, are they going to nerf this? Are they going to like leave it how it is? Who knows? Do they even know? So at least they've confirmed it, right? They are happy with the 120 energy spent during Storm, Earth, and Fire, which is good. However, they technically have nerfed the rest of the 4 set, right? So overall, Shadowpan technically has gotten nerfs if this goes to live compared to where it was originally, because Flurry Strikes used to deal 30% more damage. It's now 20%. The effectiveness from the 10 stacks from Storm, Earth, and Fire was 100%. Now it's 70%, so technically a nerf there as well. And then the flurry charge generation increased to by 50%. It used to be like 100%. Like these are very minor, right? Like the main damage of this 4 set and the main like benefit and the good part of the 4 set was the fact that you could proc. Is that you can basically proc flurry strikes instantly by activating Storm, Earth, and Fire. So you send off like 2 sets of flurry strikes at 10 stacks, instantly gets 20 stacks of against all odds, right? And then the big one was the fact that you're able to then send 10 more flurry strikes every 120 energy. Like that was the big worry. So I'm not even too bothered about the 30% to 20% nerf or the 70% effectiveness sort of thing. It's just the fact that you can actually play this again. Because if it was 150 energy, you essentially have to send... Oh, I did the maths for this. It was like you had to send 5 flurry strikes or 6 It was something like that. You had to send... No, not flurry strike. Tiger palms. You had to send like an absurd amount of tiger palms in such a short window that it was almost impossible to manage this uptime of it. Essentially, it would fall off, right? You just wouldn't be able to keep up the 20 stacks. With 120 energy, you can. It's fine. You can send out your 120 energies and you can keep up the stacks. Does this make Shadowpan good? No, it's still really far behind. But on the plus side, the tier set's going to actually function relatively decently. Can I test this out today? No, it's still bugged on the PTR. So that's cool. Good morning from Texas. Hello from Texas. I heard there are very few AoE bosses this tier. I just hope they're noting the mindset that the buff Shadowpan compared to its current PTR performance, because, you know, nothing changed. It's 2 Tiger Palms now. It would be 3 with 150. Yeah, it was a weird one where one set would be 3, right, and then one set would be 2, if my math was correct. 6, 12, 18, 24, 30. So it was like 5 flurry strikes. My math is so cooked, but I tried to work it out the other, like when the 150 thing came out. It was like 3-2, 3-2, 3-2, or something along those lines, and it was just really awkward to play. But yeah, exactly. Anytime you needed 3, you fucked. you essentially cooked. And I think for Brewmaster it was fine. So my thought was like, why were they doing it? And the only thing I could think of was that they were potentially doing it for Brewmaster itself, because Brewmaster doesn't have to cast an ability in between, right? I mean, we technically don't, but we do. I mean, we do, right? But like, Brewmasters could, in theory, spam Tiger Palm to trigger it, right, during their weapons of order. So it was like, I could see that being really strong. That's the only thing that would make me think why they would have changed it to 150. But they backpedaled. It's fine. I'm happy with that. But from seeing what like some of the theory crafters have said, like a lot of this is still potentially not even implemented and stuff, and it's bugged, so we can't even really test it. So another Shadowpan L. I wouldn't be concerned. This will be fixed before live. They're not going to send out a tier set broken, right? Right. What does AAO mean? Great question. So, with Shadowpan, you have this talent called Against All Odds. So, Flurry Strikes increases your agility by 1% for 5 seconds, stacking up to 20 times. So, in previous tiers, every time you sent out a Flurry Strike, you would get to 10 stacks of this, right? But you could never get to 20 because it was impossible to get 240 energy worth of, like, Tiger Palm sent out in a 5-second window, right? Just impossible. Even if you spam Tiger Palms, you just wouldn't have the energy to do it. By allowing it to go down to 120 energy spent during Storm, Earth, and Fire, you can keep the uptime of this 20 stacks, which means you get 20% increased agility. So these burst windows are basically you trying to balance out getting heavy hitting abilities out while keeping the uptime of this 20 stacks of agility up, if that kind of makes sense. Which was previously was impossible, but now it's like kind of the gimmick. That's what you want to be doing with Shadowpan. You want to be keeping this up. And the good part about this tier set is that if you get to like, I think the optimum start is about 180 energy. So you start at 180 energy, pop Storm, Earth, and Fire, potentially Tiger Palm or press another damaging ability, then Tiger Palm. I like Tiger Palming, because if you Tiger Palm, then you instantly send out 2 full sets of Flurry Strikes, so you're instantly at 20 stacks of Against All Odds. And then on your next hit, then you're at 60 energy, and then so you can basically do some heavy hitters, and then press Tiger Palm, and then you begin the 120 cycle, if that kind of makes sense, of the 2 Tiger Palms. So that's kind of how like it plays out in theory. It'd be easy. I wish I could show you. I have footage of it. I think in the initial PTR video that I made on Windwalker when it was working, I kind of highlighted the how it worked and stuff. But once again, Shadowpan's just so far behind. Like, it's not like Season 2 where they're close. I don't even know the Shadowpan numbers off the top of my head. I've just been told many times that Shadowpan is just, it's really far behind. Whereas in Season 2, it was behind, obviously, in Raid, but you could still play it on certain bosses. Like, there were certain bosses you could pad on. If we're being a bit dirty here, we like padding, we like doing damage. You could pad on these bosses with some good AAO uptime with Crackling Jade Lightning, stuff like that. And then plus it was, they were decently similar to each other. I just don't know, like, because this is the same kind of implementation it was for raid testing, and I did think Shadowpan was decent. I think Shadowpan, the strength of this Shadowpan set kind of works better in AoE boss fights rather than AoE M+. Because I think that's where Conduit, like, is just stronger. Just being able to keep the uptime of your Heart of the Jade Serpents, constant cooldowns coming off the cooldown, smooth rotation. But like from raid testing, like just personal, like my own experience with the testing, like Flurry Strikes damage, Crackling Jade Lightning is always strong. Like Crackling Jade Lightning is always strong in raid encounters where there's intermittent ad spawns, right? So if you can get a build that complements Crackling Jade Lightning, then also does good AoE, which was this Shadowpan build during testing. Potentially there are bosses where it can maybe shine more, but if it is too far behind Conduit, in terms of like raw damage and stuff, then even though it's like really suits the fight, you know, it suits the 2-minute cooldowns, you might still just not go it, right? Because on paper, it just doesn't do enough to compete. So it's up in the air, really. I wouldn't be surprised if you could play it on 1 or 2 fights, but it's just like, can I get more from Conduit, right? And probably, probably. Is Windwalker playable again? I mean, Shadowpan. On the PTR, I can't play Shadowpan because it's still broken, like the tier set. Like, I could play it, but I wouldn't be able to, like, show you how... I wouldn't be able to play it properly because it doesn't activate correctly, which means you can't get the instant 20 stacks, which means I can barely keep the uptime on this at all. So the damage will be super low. And it feels awful to play just because you need the activator. The activator allows you to set up your burst, essentially. So still no Shadowpan gameplay today, unfortunately. I'd love to play some Shadowpan, but... it's just bought. Just straight up bought. That's alright, 2 weeks left. 2 weeks left alive, right? I'm sure it'll be fine. Yeah, so we are going to do keys today, obviously. I'm going to see what this 5% damage buff is really like. How has it helped? Does it make a difference? Is it noticeable? Things like that. It will, obviously. We'll do a bit more damage. Some other specs were nerfed, some others were buffed. I hear Shadowpan's better again. I heard Boom King got buffed and Feral as well. So, like, I feel like a lot of the specs that are on the lower side of things at the moment have received some nice buffs. Some of the higher side of things have received some slight tweaks and nerfs. So really, I think, like, Blizzard at the moment, I think they're doing fine. Like, honestly, I think they're, like, trying to bring everything to some sort of balance. Obviously, you can have the best spec, you can have the worst spec, but... I got a buff. I am happy. I'm happy, but crazy thought. I wasn't actually that bothered with our damage previously before the 5% even. So I know a lot of people were. A lot of people weren't happy, but I genuinely wasn't actually that bothered by the damage we were doing at the moment. Because like anytime that I think if I'm playing a key and I'm doing lower damage, I know that I can increase that damage once I get onto live servers and my abilities like respond to my buttons and stuff. So I give myself an extra 2 million damage or something, right? Nah, probably like a extra 10k. But I didn't think it was too bad. I didn't honestly think it was too bad. Like, the 5% is interesting. No complaints, obviously. But I don't know if it's going to lead into, like, a nerf for something else, for instance. On the other plus side, they didn't nerf our Conduit TSS at all, and they haven't touched the interaction between spinning crane kick and pressing another ability during it that isn't a channel. So overall, like, we're good, because that was the big concern, right? They like to do these stealth changes to our tier set. So I'm pretty sure, like, any Windwalker that was, like, really worried about it at the time... Like, I logged in at, like, 1 in the morning just to check the PTR, basically, because I was like, oh, God, no, please tell me they haven't nerfed Conduit. I can't handle it. I can't handle it. Instantly went to a target dummy, and it was fine. So, at least that. The playstyle's still good. It's looking alright. Yeah, that's the idea, anyway. Plenty of time. Plenty of time. Alright. Looks like there's quite a few groups going today. I didn't know if I was going to change my build at all. I've been using Lily of the Eternal Weave. Like, there's the potential to try something like Raz's Ritual Forge, right? Which is arguably a decent trinket, but I just don't know if I'm going to run it. I feel like... this is the sort of trinket I don't want to see, like, sim data for. Right, like, proper sim data on trinkets and stuff to see if this is useful. Because you're essentially, like, giving up... You're playing as a 3-minute trinket, right? So is the value from the agility worth it? Maybe? Like, that initial... Like, I've tested this on target dummies, right? Your initial damage with this on pull is insanity. But then, obviously, you essentially are going trinketless for your 1 minute 30, and then you get trinket again for your 3 minutes. So it's that toss-up, right? I think this will be better than... This will be better than Signet, for sure. Like, Signet was okay, but Signet basically did what House of Cards did, right? Essentially, it gave you about roughly the same amount of stats for a little bit longer. But this gives you pure agility, and I think pure agility is it's pretty good. The only downside is it decays, right? So, And then once again, Improvise C4 and Pacemaker, just a good trinket. Just a good trinket. I don't know if it's going to be our meta trinket for getting, but... I've had a look at a lot of these trinkets, and a lot of them just seem like okay. Like the thing is, we're going to focus for haste and mastery, right? That's just going to be what it is. We're going to look for haste and mastery gear, and it's going to be very similar to Season 2, where you look for haste and mastery gear, and then you're happy with your... Well, the Sims are happy with what your haste and mastery are, right? And then you get to a point where you're like, okay, haste and mastery, they're at good numbers. I need more crit, I need more versatility. Where are you getting that from? You're going to get that from things like gems, potentially. Crafted rings, maybe. Or cheeky little trinkets. So, it's... Yeah, I'm just fine with playing this build. This gear build, anyway. For the meantime. I really think I need to mix it up too much. Like, I could go Mr. Lock and Stock for haste, right? If I thought that I wanted to try out some more haste and stuff. But I don't think it's going to make, like, dramatic differences. Or anything like that. Did they hidden nerf conduit tier set percentage buff for Windwalker overall, or they didn't nerf the tier set? They didn't touch the tier set. I mean, they touched Shadowpan tier set. Conduit's not been touched. Shadowpan has technically been nerfed, but I don't think the nerf is as bad as you might think for Shadowpan, because even though they nerf like the Flurry Strike damage and the initial Storm, Earth, and Fire Flurry Strike damage, that's not where the power of the tier set lied. The power of the tier set lied from essentially the 120 energy. That's like where all the power comes from. Just being able to constantly send out flurry strikes and keeping uptime on AAO. Like that's where the power lied in the tier set. So, but on the other hand, I think to myself, did it really need a nerf? Like, did it really need a nerf? Because that version of Shadowpan was still behind Conduit, right? So my only thought could be, they've nerfed it for Brewmaster, right? But then, apparently you can change tier sets for certain specs. So, I don't know. Let them do what they're doing. I'm in the boat that if Shadowpan goes how it is live, it will get some sort of buff for Windwalker at some point. People just won't play it. It just won't see much play, I don't think. Or it will get play, but the damage difference will just be like quite large. Did you try the one I mentioned last time, Nether Shard or something? I don't remember. If you can help me set up a weak aura for Nether Shard, sure. I tried it initially on day 1, but I couldn't track it. That's the one where it stacks up, right? That is the what you call it? Spy Masters. That's the new Spy Masters, the little brother. Oh my god, Zorthos, thank you for the raid. That's really kind of you. Thank you so much. I completely missed that. Oh, it's so funny. I just mentioned you like 2 minutes ago. Appreciate it, my dude. Thank you very much. All right, let's get into a key. Come on, let's do something. Little secret, I played on the PTR yesterday because I didn't want to embarrass myself on stream for Tazavesh Streets. Spoiler alert, this dungeon makes no sense to me. I thought I knew Tazavesh Streets from maybe playing in Shadowlands. Didn't remember a single boss. Didn't remember any of the pathing. Didn't complete the key once. It's an absolute mess. There's like, I got to this musical encounter where they put me on the drums, right? They put me on the drums and it was telling me to press my E key, which is my health pot. I was like, the fuck am I doing here? And then I had to shoot musical notes or something, and then they threw food at me and I died. I don't know. Like, huh? As well as that... Oh. Game? Game? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Don't ever move forward. Going close. You gonna break? You gonna die on me? Classic. Windwalker Monk 5% good. Are we A tier? I don't know what tier I'd put us in. I don't think it's like tier worthy, to be honest. I leave tier lists to better men than myself, to be honest with you. Like, oh, don't worry, the beast. It'll be fine. We've had this problem before. It's just a PTR thing. I'll just load up another client. Windwalker not looking good. Can't even play the game. This is the Windwalker experience. You try to get into a dungeon and your game just bricks itself. It's like, nope. Nope. Alright, let's just load up another PTR client. Oh, it's annoying because I've had this issue. I had this issue a couple of weeks ago in I was running the what you call it? The dungeon with the big crab, the scarab, Dawnbreaker, and it crashed twice. But the biggest issue is this PTR thing. You know how like when you close a program and you hit an executable, like you go Control-Alt-Delete and it removes itself and you're happy? This stays here now. This doesn't remove itself, so now I've just got to play this over the client and hope it doesn't crash again. So what happened last time is I had to basically restart my PC and restart the stream, and that's cringe in itself. But it also means that I can't restart YouTube because YouTube is also cringe. in the fact that it doesn't allow you to continue your video from where you left off. You have to make a new one, and that's cringe. So hopefully we don't have to do that. But if that does happen, I'll say what I'm doing. I'll basically just go back on Twitch again. It's a PTR thing. I never used to bug on the PTR. Like, honestly, my PTR was always sound until this cycle. Until this cycle. Anyway, let's get into a dungeon. Oh, there's so many today. I love it when people are actually playing on the PTR. +1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1. No, I don't think so. They want a tank. What is a Zexy? +12 Zexy? I don't know what that is, but I'll join up. I want to do a Halls of Atonement. I'm not too bothered about doing it on a 12 because this is a dungeon that I've not done yet. If that makes sense. Like, it's a dungeon that I haven't completed on the PTR. So, like, dungeons like Echo Dome and stuff like that I've completed tons of times, and I'd like to essentially do those dungeons on higher keystone levels to see what the difficulty feels like, because I'm confident with them now. Things like Halls of Atonement, guarantee you're going to see in the next 10 minutes, FF15. One pull goes wrong, FF15. People are out of there. Tazirest Streets, one thing went wrong, FF15. Everybody's fucking out of there. Going to the next one. So that's like the downside, as I don't actually get to try out these dungeons. Because in my mind, if I'm on the PTR and I'm doing a +10 or something, or 12, and you wipe the dungeon, oh well, you know, it happens, whatever. But can we continue and just see what the dungeon's like? No, FF15? Oh, shit, okay. I guess I'll go join my new group and we'll go try it with them. Oh, FF15? Oh, okay. I guess I'll go try it with my new FF15? You see, it's like a never-ending cycle of just pain. It seems like more client issues with the game, even in live with hitches and freezes. I get that a lot, Beast. Like, that one bothers me a lot. I'll load up the game, and at one point, only one point during my game, will it freeze. And it will freeze for about 2 seconds, and then it won't freeze again for the entire rest of the time that I play it for that day. I don't know what causes it. It just happens every time. And I recently got a new PSU and a new GPU, because my computer was having some mad issues. And that didn't change anything. And the worst, the worst is when it's on like a boss or something, and I'll freeze for 2 seconds, and I'm like, I'm dead. I'm fucking so dead right now. And then it won't do it again at all until I load up my computer the next time, and then it'll do it once. And there's like no defining moment that does it. I don't know. It's very strange. I had a friend that happened to last night. Yeah, I don't know if it's the game thing, or I don't know. I'm not a tech guy. I mean, my computer was bricking itself, and my tech solution was buy a new GPU, buy a new PSU. You know, that's my tech solutions. So, I mean, I could go and look at like the logs on my computer, but no, I just don't care enough. It's only 2 seconds, right? Like, nothing bad can happen in 2 seconds. Halls of Atonement. Oh shit! I should have teleported there earlier. It's one of those done. It's funny because I don't have a teleport to Halls of Atonement because I've never fucking completed it. Petco's about to update his tier list. Oh, sweet, dude. We're about to go to A+. Oh my god. That's gonna be cinema. Actual S+ Windwalker Monk. Because to be fair, Petco had already put us up pretty high. Like, if you looked at like tier lists as a whole, most people put Windwalker Monk at the very bottom of most of their tier lists, except for the GOAT himself. The GOAT himself put Windwalker up in the top. Oh my, it's chef's kiss. So I'm expecting like a rank 1 or rank 2 for Windwalker. Oh my god, genius takes. It's the only reputable tier list in this game, unless he puts Windwalker like really low, in which case his tier list don't look at that thing. We'll go find another one. You're starting to get the idea. I think Yoda put as an A tier now. Holy Living Priest is the only B tier. See, on paper, A tier sounds good, right? If you tell someone that Yoda put as an A tier, they'd think, oh my god, we're A tier. But then you look at his tier list and it ranks from S+ to B. And then you go, oh shit, wait. Hold up a second. That's not actually that good. Funny. It's like when I was initially told about like the Yoda tier list, someone was like, "You're the only DPS spec in B," and I was like, "Oh, B, that's not too bad actually." And then I tuned in and I looked at his video. B was not good. I'm in Shadowpan. Fuck. Fuck. No. Oh. Oh! I'm in conduit. Saved. Everybody chill. We're fine. I don't know how that talent went through before the key started, but it shouldn't have. Alright, let's see what pathing we're going for this time. Like, I feel like every time I do this dungeon, brand new pathing. We are so back. It's just too easy. Get my hit list up. Hold up. To be fair though, if there's any dungeon that I feel like I do good damage on, I don't know why. It just feels like it's this dungeon. And it makes no sense because I think the packs are still rather large. But like, just any time that I've ever done this dungeon, never completed it by the way, I just feel like I do good damage. How do you fare versus Frost DK? It depends on the player and the dungeon and stuff. But a lot of the times I'm pretty good at keeping up with the Frost DK. But it really depends on the day. But more times out of 10, I've been beaten by Frost DK. My tank just got knocked off the edge. My tank just got knocked off the map. Help! Oh no, they're all aggroing me. Okay. And do you see why my halls of oh no. So because I have to experience these halls of atonement, you guys also have to experience these halls of atonement. But like, one bad thing happens, everybody's out. Key reset. Go again. No FF15 this time. That's alright, at least. That was just straight leave. So this is like my big issue with Halls of Atonement. I don't know if it's just like me being unlucky or if it's actually a difficult dungeon. But like people will just leave. Straight up, people will just leave or drop the FF15. Like, I just want to finish this dungeon and see how it goes. Marksman Hunter left after checking details. Wait, why am I not up here? My aim shot should be doing at least 10 times this damage. Yeah, no, exactly. 100%. Thanks, Memphis, for the follow. Appreciate it. Paddy Rowe as well. Thank you. That was last second. Yeah, I have no idea how that talent went through. I didn't realize that you could technically change during the loading screen. That would have been horrendous if I went in with Shadow Pan. I was genuinely just going to walk out the dungeon, change talents, walk back in if it was Shadow Pan, because it's just not playable. Like, I would like to like showcase what Shadow Pan is at the moment, just so you can get like a, because it's always like someone can tell you Conduit's better than Shadow Pan right now, like, and it's you can hear it and you can be like, okay, but unless you can like visualize the damage difference, it can be quite difficult. So it'd be cool if I could like actually show you. I could be like, this is actually, when I say that Shadow Pan's behind, this is what I mean, guys. And then you were like, oh, that's not good. You know what I mean? I sent you a quick attempt at a trinket weak aura. Oh shit. I'm gonna get banned for using this. What is this? I'm so getting banned for this. Import. It is a cogwheel. Alright, I'll try it next dungeon, if I remember. My memory's awful, by the way. I will try it, though. I need to grab the trinket first. That always helps. It's just a text import. It's the way you said that it's super hacky. I was like, oh, hold up. My account is now yours. Oh, okay, it doesn't load unless the trinket's equipped. Like, I don't know. I feel like I have like a... I feel like, for some reason, I believe that back in Dragonflight, I used to be able to, like, use details. I used to be able to bring up details and make weak auras through details. I don't know if this is, like, a fever dream that I had. But I swear, like, because I used to want to, like, track certain things, like, trinkets and stuff, and I swear I used to go into details, press a button, and I could literally make a weak aura through details, but I think that might just be a fever dream that I had. That'd be cool, though. Shadowpan's still bugged? Yeah, Shadowpan's still bugged, unfortunately. So it won't be, at the earliest, it'll be when they next do their, build for PTR. But I could see that now we're getting closer to the date of actual release. I could see them starting to update PTR a fair bit more. Surprisingly, if you compare this to PTR Season 2, there have been a lot less dungeon changes. And now, I don't know if that just means they're happy with the state of dungeons, but if you remember PTR Season 2, there were dungeon changes week after week after week. There were, like, nerfs, constant nerfs to health and stuff. So, I don't know if that's probably a good thing, right? Because I remember they were nerfing dungeons left, right, and center. Cinnabury Meadery was, like, nerfed every week. It was crazy. So I'm under the impression they're either really happy with the state of the dungeons, or they're going to do, like, one big change to the dungeons at some point. I don't think it'll be as egregious as Season 2, because in Season 2, they, like, nerfed the... On the PCR, they nerfed everything by 10%, and then when it went to live, they nerfed it by a further 10%. Basically, dungeons were just overtuned. So we haven't had much about that. It's mostly just been class changes that everybody's been looking at and stuff like that. Oh yeah, also worth mentioning, they've buffed the Reshiraps. No, I mean, it's a DPS increase for everyone, but they have can't even really link it. They've increased the damage it does. I think it was quite significant. I'd have to get the blue post up to remember what it was, but it was big enough that this is actually pretty good damage, So at least that. But it's not really a buff for us, right? It's a buff for everyone. All right, we go again. What do we get this time? Oh my god, is that Hopeless from that guild? I saw someone say that it was doing 22% of their single target damage. Don't know if they were full of shit. I'm trying to remember what I did in a target dummy. It does a lot more. Like, it's genuinely, like, up there. It is pretty strong. All right. An Arms Warrior. That's interesting. I don't know if he was playing Arms last attempt. Uh-oh. I've got some angry groundskeepers. Uh-oh. So where are we going? I mean, I'll be honest, kind of a crazy pull, but I think it's fine now. I think it's more the fact I had no idea where he was going with everything. I'm going to send out a mini burst window again, because in my mind, I think it's just too long to hold them for. Like, it was on 11 seconds there. I just feel it's just too long. So I delay by a little bit, but I think it's okay. And again, I'm not sending out my cooldowns again, because I think this pack is just too dead. I think if I send cooldowns out, it's just not worth it. Potentially a poor judgment call, but I think I'd rather have them for the next pack, which is going to be large. I don't know, it's always a hard judgment call to make. Do I send out like a mini burst window here, or send out my cooldowns? So I've done like 2 now, right? And then you think of the judgment of how much time have I lost then on my 1 minute 30s. I think it's fine. I think it was the right call, because then I think that pack gets obliterated, and then I lose out on a lot of them. Whereas this is a big pull, right? I feel like I want them here. Yeah, I think that was alright, cool. Thank you for all the follows as well. Appreciate it, my dudes. It's hard to tell if I feel the 5% damage increase. Like, obviously there's a 5% damage increase, right? But just, like, it's one of those things where it's, like, always hard to tell. I feel like raid bosses are always way easier to tell if you're doing more damage on than a Mythic Plus key. Guys, trust me, I've been doing this damage the other day. You gotta trust me. Interesting that we're not pulling the groundskeepers into this. That's a pretty common pull here. Oh, I regret. Are we gonna do the groundskeepers? Because if we do the groundskeepers, I'm sending my cooldowns. No cap. Oh. Oh. No, we're not. Yeah, thank you, Zaman. Cadden LSYN. No, wait, I can do better than that. Cadden. No, I can't. I'm so sorry. I fucking butchered your name so horribly. Draho. Yeah, thank you. Oh, I butchered that name so bad. I don't know how to say them. I'm gonna call you Cardin. That's so much easier. All right. My tank's on 1% health. Hopefully it doesn't die because I just popped my cooldowns and that'd be cringe. My tank got knocked off the edge. Did you see him? I saw this little body flying through the air and I was like, wait, no, I've seen this before. Ow, please stop hitting me. No, please. Oh, I'm so fucking dead. Come on, let's just all go, guys. No! No! Don't you dare. Yes, yes, turn around. Yes. Like, fuck it. Let's go over the time, guys. It's fine. It's the PTR. Let's just go, you know? We don't have to time it. Let me just see this dungeon. Alright, we might be going a little bit slower now, which is fine. No diffuse magic. You can get rid of this with diffuse magic, by the way. Similar to, like, Cinderberry Meadery, right? Where your healer will dispel one of them, and then essentially you're going to have to get rid of the other one in some other way, and we can do that. So that's kind of cool. It doesn't reflect it back, though, so, like, it won't put the curse back on them. So look, diffuse magic, gone. Once again, I had cooldowns up, but I decided not to send them. I probably just should have. It's another one of those situations, right, where I thought maybe we'll do a big pull next. If we do a big pull next, then it's fine. It was worth it, but I don't know. Also, I've got these horrible bars at the bottom. Sorry, you haven't been able to see what abilities I'm pressing. It's because I was trying to dabble with macros and stuff the other day. Okay, we're doing a pretty big pull, actually. I'm happy with this. Acceptable. It's beautiful damage. It could make a monk cry. Oh, Slicing Winds is just such a heavy hitter now. Like, don't get me wrong, it was a heavy hitter in Season 2, but it's just disgusting. Like, actually just ludicrous. Like, the difference between hitting, like, a bunch of targets and not with Slicing Winds is going to be quite big, actually. Nasty Curse, get rid of that. We'll actually do some interrupts for a change, because I'm not that bad of a person. So far in this dungeon, I don't think this one's too egregious for, like, casting and stuff as well. Like, there's some dungeons that I think are pretty egregious for, like, you interrupt a cast and then it will just go again. I actually think this one's not too bad. Like, there's a... Oh, I shouldn't have done that. It's fine, I did them in the wrong order, but I also shouldn't have sent them there. Maybe he'll be slow. Let him think for a sec whilst my cooldown's reset. No, you need to think longer. You fucking... Can we pull these guys over here? I don't really want to pop my cooldowns here. Oh no, they pulled. What happened? Oh no! Wait, my target jumped. Wait. Spinning crane kick procs. Hello? Oh my god. I think I got back to back to back Dance of the Chi-Ji. Did I just get another one? No, I'm crazy. just look at the damage. Oh my god, it just feels so good. Nothing for this, so I'm just gonna wait for them to group up so I can hit them all with, you know, Slicing Winds and Strike. So that's gonna be... Oh, probably should do some interrupting. Like, making sure that you're hitting, like, as many targets as possible as well now as Strike, as well as Slicing Winds is gonna be pretty crucial. And then I need to send out here so that I can diffuse... Oh, that was crazy. I got a curse on me. Do I need to karma this? Probably. And then we'll just send out a mini burst window again here. I'm not sending my cooldowns. That's just straight illegal. I find that, like, the spinning crane kick change is so good. Like, I find so many times now I'll always prio spinning crane kick, and then I'll rising sun kick, or I'll spinning crane kick, then I'll whirling dragon punch, or I'll spinning crane kick, then I'll tiger palm. Not baseline, we're talking Dance of the Chi-Ji. But it's, like, just such a good way to, like, essentially make use of the fact that you can cast during it. Like, I genuinely think that's how you're gonna, like, I feel like that feels the smoothest to play as well. Because if you rising sun kick and then do your spinning crane kick, then you still need to, like, you know what I mean? Like, you basically have used two abilities to try to set yourself up for something. Whereas if you spinning crane kick and then use your setup ability during it, like, even Strike of the Windlord I'll cast during it, if that kind of makes sense. Because then by spinning crane kicks, Strike of the Windlord during the spinning crane kick, then I can instantly Slicing Winds. My channel ability that would cancel. I don't know if I explained it very well, but, like, basically what I'm doing is I'm spending a lot of time, like right now, I will spinning crane kick into a rising sun kick. That was actually a horrible example, because I should have Fist of Fury. I was trying to, like, demonstrate an example, but that was an awful one. Terrible example. Don't listen to me. I've learned that the slam always goes on the tank, from my understanding. So never stand on the tank. Ah! And then random ones will spawn as well, right? But it should always hit the tank. How did I learn that, you might ask? The hard way. Oh! You gotta be so careful with Slicing Winds here as well. Oh, fuck me. I almost cast Whirling Dragon Punch as that turned. Oh! Didn't die. That's good. It didn't die, that's good. You can see, like, once we get our cooldowns right, I think our single target's going to be up there. Because right now, I think the best the best single target by far in the game is Warlock, and it's not even close. However, the best melee was DK, right? And I think these changes, as well as some like DK nerfs, will actually bring us closer, potentially. Obviously, not that doesn't include like every sim. Like not every spec had sims that I saw before. When I talk about like the data and stuff, like I saw quite a few, but like there was still a lot that hadn't been implemented as well. This kind of hurts. I'm just gonna defensive this. I'm just gonna defensive this and pray. Yeah, I like last week, as I was saying, like I was saying last week that I stand by that. I think you'll see triple monk on Fractilis. Now I think you'll 1,000,000% see 3 monks on Fractilis, because Fractilis is a fight where all that matters, like currently going into it, it's a damage check, right? It's not a hard boss on paper. It is the wall. So you're gonna take your strongest damaging characters in single target, right? I don't know. I like if there's a fight that I think you play Windwalker on, it has to be Fractilis right now. I think our single target is one of the strongest melees. I'm not even coping. You gotta trust me on this. Oh, is this it? Okay. Trust me, bro. No, you're not allowed to die. I just popped all my cooldowns. You're not allowed to die. He wasn't allowed to die. What'd he do? Wait, no, he's not back yet. What? Oh, no, no, no. This dungeon's so scuffed. The only upside... the only upside to this scuffed dungeon is it's not me scuffing it for a change. If anyone watched the other day when I did this gambit and died like 3 times in a row on the first pull, oh my god. That was a almost turn-off stream angle. I've always used Transcendence as a just in case of bad, if tanks don't move. Yeah, probably a smart thing to do. Probably a smart thing to do. I trust my tanks. They don't die. Unless they do. So this is the trash that you used to skip in Shadowlands. Someone was telling me that they've increased like basically how much trash you have to kill in this dungeon. Oh fuck me, that's such a slow. Let's Tiger's Lust that. That is a horrendous slow actually. Tiger's Lust is gonna be pretty good there. Or roll, you know, that other ability that we use that gives us movement. So right now, yeah, got major cooldowns. I've got 2 stacks of Storm, Earth, and Fire. Probably should have sent one at some point, but I'll just save it for the boss or something. And I'm just sending out mini heart windows here, because there's no point me sending everything on just one Reaver. Whatever the next pack will be, it will be bigger than this. Yeah, you always want to finish Fist of Fury. It's why I personally use like macros on my Fist of Fury, that don't allow me to cast other abilities during it, because it's so easy to clip it, I find. Like if you get the timing slightly off or anything. Uh-oh. Do I pop cooldowns here? I'm gonna say no, my tank's literally dead. Yeah, no. Smart man. I am a smart man. A smart man doesn't pop cooldowns when he knows it's GG. But this is respectable. We're actually trying to finish this dungeon. This is the first time I've seen a group not just FF. So it looks like the dungeon's going awfully, which it is, of course, yes. But I just want to see these bosses and stuff, because I don't know. I haven't seen the last boss. I don't know what Lord Chamberlain does. He throws like rocks at you or some shit. Oh, we pulled. It wasn't me. Oh no, I think this is fine. I tried to ring appease them because they were up a staircase. It didn't actually go off. Like they were out of my line of sight. I did try to use some tech, and it probably would have worked. I think ring appease would have worked there, knocking them back a little bit further. Oh, I have done this boss once on the PTR. I forget what you do. he sends out his little goblins, his little rock goblins, and you kill them, and then they turn to stone. And I think you have to get jumped on, and you have to crush them and break them out. But also your teammates get turned to stone. Oh, I don't know. Just open the door. Are we still going to be two-handers? Yeah, more than likely. It'll be similar to season 2, where one-handers are probably going to be good if you like want single target boss damage for like early progression and stuff. But looking at like preliminary sims and stuff, even at the very end of the tier, this is what changes, right? At the end of the tier, it's actually going to be stronger in single target to use a two-hander, whereas that wasn't the case in season 2. So, and I think the best one right now on paper is Harvester's Interdiction, which is what is that from? That's from Arakara. Obviously, all of this is like prone to change and stuff. It's just like preliminary sims and stuff for here and whatnot. But the Arakara one is looking like it's gonna be the best one. Uh-oh. I don't know what this means. Did I pop coolies? I'm fucking turned to stone. Ow. Remember when I told you that you probably want to turn to stone and then jump on the guys? I don't think I did that. I literally don't even think I followed my own advice. Get away! What have you done? Oh, I'm okay. Not again. I'd send out the Fist of Fury, though. I'd prefer to send out the Slicing Winds first, but I kind of desync these two a little bit. Oh, we're going back down? How much do we need? I have no idea. I don't know how much percentage we need. Oh. How much do we need? Great question. A question for a wiser man than myself. No! Not again! What was it? Oh, okay, I'm back. I'm gonna be honest, I don't think a Transcendence was even saving me there. That was like a massive caught off guard. No! My tank is getting obliterated. These guys hit like a truck then, no? Uh-oh, I'm getting obliterated. I don't know how to play this trash back. Sir, where are you going? I don't know what's going on. So at least we've learned it's these slashers that do the knockback. So it's these guys that knocked my tank off of the I guess off of the platform at the start of the dungeon. Oh, it must be the cone, right? Because obviously the cone, maybe it's the cone, and he has to aim it, so he stands still and it knocks you backwards. Because he was hiding behind this wall here to avoid it. You need 84%. Okay, I'll tell them. Oh, okay. Huh? Where'd these guys come from? Wait, that's crazy. You need 84% before going in here. I thought there was like... Is there not like the entire chapel filled with like ghouls and stuff? There's tons of packs in here. It's changed a lot. Yeah, it shows what I know. I haven't set foot inside. Well, at least that they've mixed up the dungeon a bit, or it just doesn't give you percent. One or the other. I do remember that mini boss being horrendous though inside. The one that like sucks the life from all of the souls, and then like you just can't kill him. All right. Well, I told them 84%, and we're going in. So it'll be fine. I didn't even hit you. Uh-oh, these beasts be loyal. Oh, I think we got the interrupt, actually. Sir, where are you going? Sir, where are you going? Gorgons do a stacking bleed? Ah, so they have to be kited. That's rough though, because you have the huntsman as well. So like they're gonna pepper you, and then they're not stacked up. That's pretty rough. Or hear me out, Preservoker, sorted. GG. I found your meta tank for this dungeon. The camera angle here is horrendous. I have aggro on a few things. When I say a few things, I mean, this is probably not how I want my dungeons to play out, but I guess this is just how Blizzard designed it. Like what is this? I mean, we could use the big room next to us actually. But nah, but nah. Actually, no. I think about it. There was this nice room over here that could have used. I guess we would have pulled the slasher though, right? We would have pulled the slasher. And I think that's what we don't want. The double slashers seem to nuke the tank. So I've heard this boss is horrendous. From what I remember, you get little shadow boys, and you've got to run them into the fire totems and dodge mechanics. And I think that's the entire fight. But I've heard it's bad. So we'll see. Like I have played it once. I think a couple like weeks ago I did play it once. We wiped multiple times. You can vanish, meld them, feint death, etc. into the lanterns. Yeah. I don't think I have any of those buttons. Or even better, we kill it before it does all its mechanics. It's only a 12. Don't be on me. I'm in coolies. It's not on me. GG. You know, second Stormworth and Fire that I've been holding for the whole dungeon? It's now. Ooh, fire. I thought that said it was fixated on me. I read the name and it started with a P, and I was like, PK Porner? Uh-oh. But it turns out it's the warrior. He's called Play War. And I just saw PL, and I was like, no. No, God, no. Woo! That is me! Go on, hit it. Idiot. Imagine running into a lantern and one-shotting yourself. I'm concerned. We have one lantern. We have one lantern left. What happens when you run out of lanterns? What happens when you run out of lanterns? Oh my god, there's so much fire. I'm actually making use of Vivify. Alright, send it. It's on me! Oh, I'm diffused magicking. Time for this. Oh, did the lantern come back? It disappeared, and I was kind of stood in the spot where the lantern was. I'd love to say that I did that on purpose, but I'll be 100% honest with you, I did not do that on purpose. Oh, they respawn. They respawn. Okay, so... so I was technically stood in the perfect spot to get that lantern done, but I didn't even think about it. Alright, I mean, there's like a million ads in here. I'm under the impression that what I'm doing right now is completely wrong, right? I need to be probably killing the ads. But I'm gonna hit Cigar. Because he just heals, right? Based on the targets. I do remember that. This is bad. Oh my god. The warrior's having the time of his life. Yo, that's not fair. He's regenning. I reckon I can probably one-shot him before he can heal next. If I get my... I am on my cooldowns, right? Yeah, I probably one-shot him. Please heal me. I'm in one-shot mode. Yeah, that's how you do that room. Remember when someone told me 84%, and then I told the group 84%, and then we ignored 84%, and we just kind of went on? I mean, to be fair, I don't care about percentage right now. I just care about seeing all the bosses, so it doesn't bother me at all. But you get nothing once you're in here. These souls are nothing, aren't they? That's the issue, right? Yeah, they are nothing. Alright, Chamberlain. I know he shoots these statues at us. That's all I know. In fact, I'm going to be smart. I'm going to place a Transcendence over there. At some point, that's going to come in handy. Oh, shit. Woo! Okay. Those are some massive circles. Yo, this boss is kind of chill. I was under the impression this guy was really hard. Wait, what's he doing? What the fuck is he doing? Wait, what's this? Oh, okay. And then he just restarts. Oh, you gotta suck the orbs. What the fuck is going on here? Soak the lines. Okay. I mean, I stand by what I said. That boss is kind of easy. I realized once like the lines had come out and all the players were starting to die, that's when I noticed that you probably want to soak him, but it was a little bit too late. It was a little bit too late. You patch me up? Am I having fun? I am having fun. I'm just so glad I finally got a group that doesn't like just leave the dungeon, so I can actually see what Halls of Valor actually is. Halls of Valor, Halls of Atonement actually is. So genuinely having fun. I doubt I'll ever finish this dungeon again on the PTR, but finishing it once is just it's made me happy. So people just give up so quickly. Probably because they've already probably done the dungeon before, right? And they're trying to like do better at it. My question is, if you're hit by a stat... Well, that's kind of fucked up. I was in my cooldowns. Did he change his... What am I doing? Have two heads? Why did my Zoin have two heads? Did he change up his ability order? Wait, the statues hit them. Yo, this fight's actually hard. Thoughts? This fight's actually hard. Hold up. Oh, into the middle. Wait, no, not into the middle. Okay, into the middle. I will take this one, boys. Oh, okay. We'll both take it. Right, there's 5 players in a group. Math. Math. Ooh! Right, so this is like a place transcendence. Right, okay, so now that's always going to be fixed, right? So there is actually probably a good place transcendence area. And it would probably be just for that, I think. Okay, cool. I wish you could see the range that they go. I think I can send coolies? I'm in cooldowns. I got a dodge here. I think right here is safe. Fuck, I'm goated. It's just, it's like Mechagon. It's just Mechagon V2. Kind of. Kind of, but like not at all. And this is where you transcendence. Wow. Just remembering to place it every time. I think initially I'd place it near the entrance. I mean, at the same time, you can easily just roll out of it, right? And my cooldowns are all off of each other. Don't worry about it too much. The dungeon has been good otherwise. Woo! We're not going to go back for percent, right? No. That's good. At least that. Shit, dude. We did some damage. But you can see, like, how much of this now comes from your cape. Like let's not get it twisted. Like, we got a buff, but you can see, like, 4th highest damage came from my cape. The Warrior's Ethereal Reaping did, like, nothing, to be fair. And the Mage's also did... I think the Mage is wearing the cape. But, like, you can see, like it's good damage, but, like, when the cape does 7.2% of your damage, it is, like, it makes a lot, so... Let's not get it twisted, right? It is... Wait, no, they are doing more? They're doing trash? No! Stop! What do you mean they're doing trash? You crazy people. I gotta help them. Hey, Faithless. Thank you so much for the 2 months. Appreciate it, my dude. What do I think after the buffs? I think Conduit's in, like, a really good spot. The thing is, I thought this before the 5%, right? Like, before the 5%, I think nothing's changed in the idea of what's strong and what's not, because the 5% affects both of them, right? So it's like, they're like 2 different things, right? The 5%, I think, makes us a lot more competitive for a raid spot. I don't know if, like, it's like you're gonna get a raid spot. I don't think we're quite there in terms of, like, last season, where you had to give Windwalker a raid spot, its damage was too good. But I think the 5% really helps put us into the, like, the question of it, like, okay, what do we want to bring to this raid? What do we need for this fight? And now, like, Windwalker name will probably get brought up in, like, you know, Race Toward First and stuff, right? It's doing a lot of single target damage. Is it worth bringing on boss X? Is it worth bringing on boss Y? You know, I still think it's the question will always be, like, do we need a spec here for certain, like, utility and stuff? Because that always takes prior, right? But then if, like, it gets to the point where you're like, okay, we've got all our utility specs that we need for this, and we have two damage spots left, right? Well, what are we going to bring here? And I think then, like, Windwalker is technically, I'd say is good enough to be brought into the question for it. So that's cool. In terms of Shadowpan versus Conduit, it is just... Shadowpan's just behind. Like, besides the fact that they nerfed the tier set for Shadow... What the fuck are the... This guy on the fence! Get off! Besides the fact that they nerfed the Shadowpan tier set, which is really weird in itself. Okay, this guy is just on the fence. He's just... Okay. It was already behind. It was behind before they changed the tier sets. So it's just doing Shadowpan a disservice, right? So I say it a lot. Like in season 2, I was always like, Shadowpan is probably what you want to play if you want to play, like if you want to learn Windwalker, I think. And I still think to a degree it is, right? If you're just looking for the fundamentals and stuff of how to play the spec without having to do all this like crazy Strike of the Windlord, Slicing Winds, Heart of the Jade Serpent burst windows, then yeah, Shadowpan is still good. But you will then have to wrap your head around how to do the Shadowpan burst window, and I think it is relatively complicated, especially for like players that don't want to like get 3 separate weak auras and have to track separate things and stuff like that. And like with Shadowpan, you did track Wisdom of the Wall before and Flurry Strike charges, but like really you could get away with not having either of those and still doing the same damage, like no joke. But now you really have to be tracking these things. And then at the cost of like just not performing as well. And it's like, like, do I really want to go through the hassle of all of that and then just not even perform as well when I could spend that time learning Conduit? Like I tried to describe it yesterday in the Pika Serenity chat, in like a response to a question where, like, my thought is that I think Conduit and Shadowpan are both on the same difficulty level right now, more or less. But I think the ceiling has gone higher for Shadowpan, if that makes sense. So, like, let's say you played Conduit in Season 2, and now you play Conduit in Season 3. I think it's a small jump and small change, and it'll be easier to learn. Whereas Shadowpan, if you played Shadowpan in Season 2, and now you want to play Shadowpan in Season 3, I think the ceiling's jumped up quite high. Like it's I feel like it's going to be a lot harder to perfect, if that makes sense. Where I think the difficulties are about the same. The difference between their Season 2 counterparts, I think, is quite large. Because Shadowpan sounds simple enough, right? You just need to do this burst window, and that's all that's changed. But like the setup for the burst window there's a fair bit you need to understand for that. Your Wisdom of the Wall cycle, you do need to be able to work on that as well. You can manipulate it to a degree as well. So let's say you've just sent out Shadow, right? And you know for a fact that for the next set you're gonna have all your burst cooldowns, and you have 3 buffs up that aren't Shadow. Well, now you need to make sure that you can guarantee you get Shadow as soon as possible. So your goal is to get as many Wisdom of the Walls out during that downtime period to make sure you don't get Shadow 4th in your cycle, for instance, or 5th or 6th. So like there is some sort of manipulation, as well as like knowing how much energy you have to be at to send it out, stuff like that, as well as actually doing the burst window correctly, right? But like the same can be said for Conduit, right? Like you can, if you mess up the Conduit burst window, like you send out Slicing Wind, Strike of the Windlord, Conduit in the wrong order, that is still awful as well, right? You'll do yourself a massive disservice and damage. So I think they're both difficult right now, but I think Shadowpan stepped up from where it was, if that makes sense. Can I show my talents? I can. So this is like basically this is the working theorycraft idea of what your talents are going to be for Season 3. Once you get the 4 set right for Conduit. So prior to getting to the 4 set, there's no point running it like this because it just won't work very well. Because the idea is in Season 3, you don't want to be Blackout Kicking. Like, Blackout Kick has just lost a lot of value. Like, the amount of filler abilities that you have at the moment are kind of just non-existent. Like, in my mind right now, Dance of the Chiji Spinning Crane Kick is a filler ability, where before, Dance of the Spinning Crane Kick with Dance of the Chiji was actually a really, like, important ability. Now, in my mind, it's a filler, but it's a filler that you can overlap with another filler, so it's actually a decent filler. So you've basically dropped all your bot talent nodes who don't run Hardened Souls, Courageous Impulse, Shadowboxing Treads, no longer running Energy Burst or Sequence Strike. So like this entire like has been taken out. So Blackout Kick in essence does no damage. You can still press it, and you should still press it at certain times, but it's very rarely compared to when it was. And when you do press it, you're not pressing it for damage. So that's been switched out instead now, with obviously having to take this entire right side because you need Slicing Winds. Well, now we're not focusing on Blackout Kick, so where we're getting our energy from, or like helping our energy side of things, that comes from Inner Peace, increase maximum energy, makes Tiger Palm not spend as much energy, and you're Tiger Palming a lot more now with Conduit as well. Because you're sending out a lot more heavy hitting chi abilities that cost high chi amounts. So you need to get the energy. And a good way to get energy is to reduce the cost of Tiger Palm, because you're sending out a lot more of them to keep up with the demand of chi that's required at the moment. On top of that, a lot of the talents haven't really changed. I'll be honest. Like outside of that, for like AoE, like you are going down the middle again. You don't run Zuin's Battle Gear for AoE. It sounds weird, and I thought it was weird at first, but it actually feels really clunky in AoE situations. Because you're having to send out a lot more Rising Sun kicks to get more Fist of Furies out, but it doesn't work out as well as you might think it would. So it's actually more valuable to take Transfer the Power that makes your Fist of Furies a bit more of a heavy hitter, but you cast it out less times, but you can consistently always cast it when it's off cooldown. Whereas taking Zuin's Battle Gear and AoE, you actually run into these situations where you get it off of cooldown all the time, but you just don't have the chi resources to keep up the sending it out. So this plays out a bit better. I've tried them both, and I was skeptical about not taking Zuin's Battle Gear at first, and now I believe it's the best play. Like the sims are correct. Other than that, it's really not too much difference in talents. Single targets where things get a little bit different. Is this the correct one? This might be the correct talent tree. It might be slightly different, but the thing I want to talk about the most is that in single target now, no Whirling Dragon Punch, no Revolving Whirl. So and that's going to be a staple, right? I don't know if this talent tree is exactly correct. I think there's a better iteration of it, but you're essentially going down the middle, right? Zuin's Battle Gear is really good for single target, because you're getting less like abilities like Dance of the Cheetah Spinning Crane Kick, right? And Rising Sun Kick has a lot more value in single target, obviously, because Rising Sun Kick in AoE sucks, feels like an awful button to press. And single target does single target damage. 2 thumbs up, we're happy about that. So that allows you to keep the flow going, a lot more Fist of Furies as well. Dual threat, I think you run this with a 2-hander and 2 1-handers. I'm 90% sure that's fine. I'm not super confident this is the exact tree for single target right now. Like I think I've seen different iterations without Jade Ignition. What was the other one that I saw? Oh, New Cock AoE. Yes, okay. So I think this is actually the best one. And this one's where you've got a little bit of damage into your Blackout Kick and Rising Sun Kick as well. You drop Jade Ignition and Crane Vortex because Spinning Crane Kick, you're basically just pressing it for Dance of the Chi-Ji, right? And because you're not activating Dance of the Chi-Ji, Jade Ignition loses a lot of value because you're not getting the value as often. You're not getting the proc basically from tons of Spinning Crane Kicks. But getting more power into Rising Sun Kick and reducing its cooldown, really good. Synergized with Zuin's Battle Gear. And it makes it so that, because in single target, Blackout Kick then becomes your filler again, right? Whereas like baseline Spinning Crane Kick would be your filler in AoE. So this means that even though like Blackout Kick doesn't have a lot of talents for it, it still is going to at least do a little bit, right? A little bit's better than nothing. So yeah, I'm pretty confident this is the proper single target Shadowpan talent tree. So they play out very similarly, like rotation wise, in terms of like Strike of the Windlord, Slicing Winds, and all that jazz. Like it plays about the same, except Blackout Kick has a bit of a higher priority than baseline Spinning Crane Kick, right? But Dance of the Chi-Ji Spinning Crane Kick is still pretty valuable, but you just won't get it anywhere near as much. Thank goodness Battle Gear felt really bad for me on target dummies. Yeah, like I thought it was going to be really good in AoE. It made sense. It felt like it worked, and in raid testing as well, it felt pretty decent. But when you actually get into a dungeon, it it feels like I'm trying to constantly Rising Sun Kick, right? So I lose out on a lot of pressing other abilities and stuff because I want to constantly get Fist of Furies off because that's the gimmick of it. But I just felt like I was always sat at super low chi, and then having to fight back to get my Fist of Fury, and it would sit off of cooldown for a few seconds. Whereas by dropping it, essentially when it's off cooldown, you're pretty much set up already for it, right? It means like you won't get as many Fist of Furies off in your burst window, which might feel worse, but I promise you it's not actually that bad. Like it feels slower, but it hits harder, if that makes sense. Like, because when you take Zuin's Battle Gear, you can get like, I think I've had like 3 Fist of Furies off before I cast Conduit before, like usually 2. 2's pretty standard. But I'm pretty sure I had 3 before. What's this group doing? Oh, Echo Dome. Right, mate. So yeah, that's like the idea behind the two. And then like I would go over the Shadowpan build, but now's not the time. It looks so weird. And I want to be able to playtest it a bit myself to be able to explain some things. But from what I've seen, you run like Memory of the Monastery with Shadowpan, right? Just like, huh? Like, just what? I thought this talent was illegal, but from like some of the early talent implementations for what will make Shadowpan playable, Memory of the Monastery's up there. So I don't know, but I'd need to playtest it really, but I can't right now because of the because it's just broken, right? Thank you for the subscription. Oh my god, I have no idea how to say that. Mrishhase Nuzename. I'm so sorry, I tried. I appreciate you. What the fuck is Zuin playing in the corner? It's my new thing, because I used to have the PTR thing there, but I was like, I want something else. And I found Bongo Cat. I still need to edit him to make him look like Zuin, I just don't have the time to do him. But he had some, he had some flair, you know? I think it's pretty cool that you can like see the buttons I press and the mouse tracking and stuff. It's kind of cool. Just pretend that's me. Just pretend that I'm the cat. It's easy. I think it's easier that way, honestly. You were like, cat plays World of Warcraft. Cat plays Windwalker. Nice. What else? Oh, I was quickly going to mention something. Oh, what's I going to mention? It was about the single target conduit. It might look weird that you're now running Thunderfist and Rushing Jade Wind now in single target. Like, why both of these talents? I'm pretty sure the main reason for it is because of how often you're getting Strike the Windlord out, right? So these have gained a lot of value. Where previously you would only really proc Thunderfist or Rushing Jade Wind every 25 seconds, you're now procking them like every 17 seconds, and that makes up a lot. So even like in single target, just constantly getting Rushing Jade Winds off, constantly getting Thunderfist, well, your 4-stack of Thunderfist, I suppose, because it's single target. But getting both of these up, they've gained some value in single target just because of how often you get them procced, right? Because they proc off the Strike of the Windlord, and you're casting this so often in comparison to Season 2. So that's why those two are both taken, and not something else. Alright, let's do another dungeon. I mean, that one went well. But I don't know how accurate the damage is, right? Obviously, I'm trying to evaluate it against myself here, but that was a very scuffed dungeon, right? So we'll try to do something different. Oh, so many groups. Oh, Chef's Kiss. Wow, I love it. I would do a 15 halls, but I feel like I've sucked in there for like an hour. So I'll try to find something else. 17 streets? Oh, that doesn't sound very fun. I guess I'll try it. There was the Echo Dome. I'd like the 14. And there's a 12 as well. I really like the cat. I like the cat as well. He's good vibes. Try the trinket. Right. Okay. We'll go Dornagal. Hopefully it doesn't brick. Dornagal was so busted on the PTR, but I can get the trinket from Dornagal. Like, I think that's one of the main reasons they took the PTR down as well. If you tried to go to Dornagal, your character was dead. Like, you wouldn't load in, your game would crash. Kind of like my game is done on my other screen. You see, it's still up. I told like it just doesn't disappear. Like constantly here in the background, just my game dead. But yeah, I'll allow it. Oh, there's a new Weekora. Oh my god, Weekora V2. How's the buffs, boss? They're good, I think. Like it's a 5%, so it's hard to like it's one of those like aura ones where it's hard to judge, right? Like obviously I'll just be doing 5% more damage than I was, 2 days ago. So obviously you can't complain about a buff. I think that we're like middle of the pack damage anyway, so a 5% like it's probably going to take us to high middle. Like we're not going to be top or anything, but definitely an increase. I think it's my big hope that is it helps us get a spot in the raid. Unyielding Nether Prism. I need to remember how this works. Where'd it go? My bags. I hate my bags so much. Unyield there, apparently. Okay. Your harmful abilities draw focus void through the prism to deal cosmic damage split between your targets and nearby enemies. Alright, we don't care about that part. Damage increased by 30% per enemy struck, up to 150%. So you want to hit at least 5 targets when... Oh, right, doesn't matter. That's the passive part of it. Alright. Occurs every 10 seconds and accumulates latent power. Right, so that's the main part. Every time it hits, it accumulates latent power up to 15 times. And then you consume all your latent power to gain 3,685 agility per stack for 20 seconds. So, I like it, but where do you put it? Does this swap for the active? I mean, it has to, right? Does it have to? Crazy thought. Switch it for Thorium. Activate it when I want. Oh my god, cinema. No, I think that's a little bit crazy. Oh, so with this, this trinket is gonna, it's gonna suck on the initial pull, but in theory, every 150 seconds of combat, I should be able to stack this up. Does it drop off outside of combat though? I don't know. We'll give it a will. We'll give it a will. So essentially, like it won't be every Zuin or every burst window that I get massive damage, but every like other, ideally, I think is where you get massive one. But I need to. Right, here's what I need to do. I need to get rid of my Zuin macro then. The issue is that I'll press it on command. So we'll move that over there. We'll grab our silly cat. And then I need to make sure that I activate this trinket on my own. Kind of cringe. I think you should use it. What, you reckon use it on every Zuin even with less stacks than max? I do like not having to. I do like macroing my trinket. Oh, okay. Other classes also just send it on every cooldown. Oh, okay. I didn't know that. Oh, well, in that case, then we'll send it. Why did I just do that? That is not what I meant to do. My thought with a trinket like this is I always, when it comes to like trinkets like this or trinkets like Lily or House of Cards, for instance, they're so hard to judge yourself about a sim, like how effective they actually are, if that makes sense. Like I look at the damage breakdown at the end and I'll go, how much did this actually benefit me? Like that's the only downside to trinkets like this. I always find it so hard to judge myself. Like I basically just like, that's why sims are so useful, right? Because they'll let you know what the best one is. I mean, I'll try to get into this. I'll just try to get into anything. It looks like there's 12 at the moment. Maybe it's Halls of Atonement. It's Halls of Atonement. And that's a 10. The issue of a 10 is everything's going to die so quick, I won't stack this thing up. What is a Jade Falcon? What keystone level is that? I want to join, but I don't know what a Jade Falcon is. I don't know what that means. You guys want to see Halls again? We enjoyed Halls, didn't we? It's a good dungeon. Or the Gambit. I'll go back into Gambit. Are we actually so back? I think so. I mean, I didn't think we ever left, to be honest. I'll be genuine with you here. I don't think we were ever in an awful state. I think like the perception of an awful state comes from the fact that you aren't like top or anything like that. But we weren't like or you're bottom, right? If you're bottom, but we weren't neither. We weren't bottom. We weren't top. We were like mid, in terms of like damage for most content. And I know a lot of like tier lists were saying things like we suck and stuff. But that's yeah, tier list a tier list. They is what they is. Can't compare with Sims. Yeah, I mean, exactly. It's really hard to compare without Sims. So, like, basically, all these tier lists and stuff like that were all just being based off of, like, I suppose streamer key runs, for instance. Like, how did this streamer do in this key? What are their logs showing for this? Because, I mean, I guess there probably were some more in-depth stuff. It really depends for, like, what content as well. Like, I thought Yoda's was good. I trust his judgment on M+, so I know he put us in B tier, which it always feels awful to get told that you're the worst DPS in the game, but, like, I get it. Oh god, my game's lagging. It's because I'm in Dornigal. Get me out. Get me the fuck out of this place. Do not stay in Dornigal. It is so cursed here. I'll tell you why. It's because everybody on the PTR uses these target dummies. If you've ever tried to use the PTR target dummies in Dornigal, you know it is horrible. My game goes like down to like 10 FPS. I can't press any buttons. It's why if you ever see me like target dumming, I'm in Borealis because it's quiet there. I get it, but I still think he's wrong. Yeah, I think maybe like very bottom, the worst DPS in the game was maybe a bit much. But hey, we're A tier now. That's good. I like that. What's Petco put us? That'd be S plus. That'd be top. Where them buffs at? We got those buffs. We got a 5%er. Which is essentially what they took from us in season 2, right? They took about 4%, right? So and they gave us back 5%. So it's a pretty decent trade. I'll take that trade offer. You know, 1 extra percent on top. Here, have this. It's like like good faith trade. So I think it's pretty decent. I think 5%'s fine. Because I don't think it's too much as well. Like you'd love to have been given like a 10% or, you know, like a 12% or something. But the big issue there is if you're giving like a massive buff, it's just going to get taken away again. And I think that would feel worse, right? Because nothing felt worse than when we were doing like insane damage, but you knew, like in season 2 at the start, you knew we were inevitably getting nerfed. Like everybody knew it. I mean, to be fair, the nerf wasn't even that bad. It was like a slap on the wrist, 4%. It was genuinely not even that bad. But like, it's more like the impending doom of like, oh, we are going to get nerfed. And then you're like, how are we going to get nerfed? How are they going to do it? So I'd prefer to be in the mid. I don't think this pushes us that high up. Like high mid, if anything. But I think we're one of the better melee specs. Especially in raid, and that matters. That matters a lot for like raid spots and stuff like that. It's why I'm like completely tinfoil hat that you're going to see Mistweaver, Brewmaster, Windwalker on some of these bosses. Oh, it's going to be cinema. Lumathar, Fractilis, Nexus King Saladar, Demencius, don't even know what he does yet. Don't even know what the fight entails. You can see them here. Wow, it's going to be sick. Look at this guy. Oh, he's got some minions now, you can see. What is this guy's armor? Burning Crusade called. They want now a tier set back. Like, what is this? This guy looks cool, though. When you can pick an uncapped AoE range spec. I mean, my argument to that now is that we can play Shadow Pan, where our Shadow Flurry Strikes is a majority of our damage, and that is uncapped AoE, and that still doesn't, and that sucks at the moment, right? Like, obviously, it's not like it's oranges and apples and oranges and pears. I forget what the phrase is, but like we do have a form of uncapped AoE in Shadowpan Flurry Strikes, Shadow Flurry Strikes, and they hit like a truck, but that hero talent spec is like really bad at the moment, right? So like, and I know it's not the perfect example, but it's just like it's like kind of like a example of like how although it might be uncapped to an extent, like it doesn't mean that it's good, right? Apples and oranges, yeah, that's it. Apples and oranges and pears. No tanks online? Oh, it's the 14 Gambit, right. Oh, I need this Weaker. I completely forgot to import it. Oh my god, it's got even bigger. The malware size just keeps increasing. GG. So we'll get rid of this one. Such... Hey, it's got the icon. What's the timer for? Oh, do your stacks fall off then? Cringe if so. Where do I want this? Probably above my trinket here. It doesn't mention that the stacks fall off. The stacks don't fall off. Okay, fair. So like my thought was always when I was looking at this like initially, it's like why would I take this over a Raz's Ritual Forge, right? Because I suppose in theory they reach about the same amount of agility, but they work in different ways. Whereas the Nether Prism is always going to stay at that amount of agility you get, but you do have to stack it to max for it to get there. Whereas a Raz's, I suppose, does decay, but then you've got the 1 minute. You can send this on every 130, right? So there are differences, but I thought these two were relatively similar to each other. Because Forge is 2 minutes. Well, yeah, of course, because Forge is 2 minutes. But you would be sending this one out like if you're sending it out every 1 minute 30 anyway. There's going to be some 1 minute 30s that you're sending this out where it gives you barely any agility, right? Like there could be sets where you send this out where it gives you 10,000 agility. That's kind of bad, no? But there'll be some sets where you could potentially sending this out. Well, if we're being realistic, you would never actually send this out ever on full stacks if you're sending every 1 minute 30 because the math don't add up. If you need at least 150 seconds of combat, is my math correct there? If you need like at least 1 minute 50, I mean, I suppose unless you hold, because there are some situations where I don't send cooldowns on 130, right? I will send out mini burst windows instead. So actually, I'm overthinking it. We're overthinking this. It's just a trinket that will give me agility. Is there a 2 minute build with either hero talent that you've tried so far? So not for Conduit, and I don't think there will be. Kind of like season 2 where you just didn't run 2 minutes. It just doesn't work. Like the value from losing that 30 seconds is too much. But Shadowpan, I'm running Shadowpan at the moment at 2 minutes. There is a 1 minute 30 build that I've tried a couple of times. This is it, right? I just don't like 1 minute 30 Shadowpan. I don't know why. It just doesn't resonate with me. Like and this is the build that was like on paper a couple of weeks ago was going to be the best damaging one. I don't know if it's changed. I guarantee it's changed from this, right? The reason I don't like the 1 minute 30 Shadowpans, I feel like it makes it awkward with sending out spiritual focused Storm Earth and Fires. Like I feel like having that extra 30 seconds gives you a lot more flexibility in sending out for your Crackling Jade Lightning, Storm Earth and Fire windows and stuff like that. If that kind of makes sense, because right now what I'm trying to do a lot of the time with Shadowpan is what you stack Crackling Jade Lightning 20 stacks, right? And then what I do is I'll send out one of my extra Storm Earth and Fires, and I'll send out like an actual genuine Flurry Strikes, instantly stack it to 20 stacks, and then I'll send out my 20 stack Crackling Jade Lightning with a 20% agility buff on it, and that feels good. But I feel like with the 1 minute 30, like you can do that, but I feel like you've got a lot less leeway with your spiritual focus. Maybe I'm just playing it incorrectly, right? Like that could easily be the case. And I've only played the 1 minute 31 a couple of times. But like just from season 2, right, I'm very used to playing the 2 minute version of the spec, of the hero talent even. And I'm pretty familiar with the spiritual focus times like that. And I mean, I was doing that anyway with spiritual focus before. But I feel like to get the most out of your Crackling Jade Lightning, I always want to send it with a Storm Earth and Fire. But that's not always going to be the case with 1 minute 30. But the 2 minutes allows you for that to be the case almost every time. So it is a tough one. The 2 minute AoE one I think I like the most is this one. So this is one where you take advantage of Crackling Jade Lightning, right? And you run Zuin's Battle Gear. So this is like my favorite one overall for Shadowpan. There is another one that takes that uses Slicing Winds and Strike of the Windlord. And it's not bad, but I feel like you get so punished if you don't line up everything every time. And in an M+ dungeon, you are not lining up everything every time. Like, if you don't Strike of the Windlord every 30 seconds, then you're having to hold Strike of the Windlord, and having to hold it feels awful. Whereas you don't have that restriction, really, with the one where you just don't run it. Where am I going? Gambit. Uh-oh. Ready check. Shit. So you're telling me right here, right now, that I'm sending a unyielding Nether Prism with 3,175 agility on my opener? That's crazy. Genuinely crazy. That's such a bad opener. Yo, you want a little bit of some extra agility? I mean, the ones afterwards are all gonna hit like much harder, but the first one's gonna feel so bad. Maybe the first one you don't actually send with it. No, no, you have to, you have to, you have to. All right, we'll try not instantly die on this one. I'm pretty good at instantly dying here. See how Bear Tank does. I want him to group some stuff up a bit. All right, we'll take that. I mean, where'd it all go? That time is so cooked. I love it. Thank you, though. It does work. I do appreciate that. They made that for me. I think I need to change the font, but it's just serving its purpose, right? So fish sticks, knocking it back into the fish sticks is an interesting decision. I guess I'll just kill this Murloc on my own. I've angered the horde. Okay, so it's on 5 stacks, which isn't too bad, actually. Oh, I had to interrupt it during Fist of Fury. Why did no one else kick? Heathens! Huh. Come here. Alright, so we're going to send it out on 7 stacks. 7 times 3,000. Math. 7, 14, 21. 21,000 agility. That's pretty good, actually. I'm blasting off. I'm stood inside the blue circle, but I'll pop defensive, so I'll be fine, right? I mean, this is the thing. It's really hard to tell, like, am I doing good damage? Or are they just doing bad damage, right? This is why it's always difficult to make these judgment calls on, like, how strong I feel it is. I don't know, that trinket did feel good, though. So I usually do, like, 20 million burst, and I think it was about that. I'm just gonna fight the giant. Fuck it. I think that they are definitely all getting healed here. So this is like one of those situations that I literally just talked about where I'll be able to get more stacks. I'll be able to get way more stacks here because I know I'm not setting up my big burst window here. So I'm setting out a mini burst window, which allows me to get more nether prism stacks for the next one. I actually like this trinket. I like being able to actually see how many stacks I have. I probably shouldn't have sent out the mini burst window there because now I'm going to delay. Not the end of the world, but I'd prefer not to delay here. I mean, let me put it this way. The last time I did a gambit was against the hunter, where I didn't die, right? And he was doing about 13 milli at this point, and I was doing about 8 milli. So like that's my best way of kind of judging this up. Oh, I hate these ads. These are so melee unfriendly because if they get desynced, right? Like, look at this. For starters, I'm on the wrong side of the line. The second, they constantly cast this spell. Like, what am I meant to do here? And then watch what they're going to do again. They're going to do it again. And then it's just like, okay. Well, okay, what do I do here? It feels awful. Oh, surprise, surprise, they're doing it again. Okay, cool. I'll just do nothing then. Oh, shock horror. They're doing it again. Someone told me that this trash pack was actually skipped in Shadowlands. Shadowlands? Yeah, Shadowlands. I like that idea. It's probably quite good that they're obviously not doing great. Yeah, that's the thing. Like, I always find it so difficult to judge damage on PTR and stuff. So that's it's like I try to compare it against what I did previously, if I can remember at the time. I mean, what was that? 10 million single target? I mean, 10 million single target, by the way. Okay. Tell me, sir. Oh my god, he got it instantly. Beautiful. Put that in. Blue orb. Where's he going? Run! Run, my child. Is this a damage amp? Probably not, right? That lasted like 2 seconds. Having to rest blackout kick 2 times in a row? That feels awful. I didn't have to press it, but I'm not gonna press a button. This once again, I feel like his health is so low that sending out cooldowns here seems like illegal. I'd rather have them for the next pack. Is that a crazy thing to do? Should I have sent them out? I should have sent them out, right? He's still on 15. Is it because this guy's purifying him? Get the fuck off! Do I set? I'm not sending him now. He's on 10%. I guess we're just going to stack our nether prism up for the next pull, and it's going to go crazy. In fact, yes, this is what I was doing all along. I'm just going to show you guys what it's like to have like a fully stacked nether prism. Trust me. Stop healing him, bitch! You! What are these guys even called? They got a name. It's like, Volkia? No, not Drustvar. Most certainly not Drustvar. Oh, I should have sent my coolies. Oh. Come on, give me 14 stacks. 13. Alright, so this is basically an almost full nether prism then. Because it stacks to 15. So this will be like almost the most amount of damage that I will get with this trinket. I mean, at this point, do I just try stack it to 14 at least? It should take like a couple of hits, no? On high keys, we always skip those and never pulled more than 2 at the time. Yeah, I could see it. Those are going to be horrendous later on. Nice, try stack it. Okay, we got 14. I got all the aggro. I'm still sending. I'm popping a defensive because I'm just standing still. I mean, not bad, right? That was not many fucking hell, words. That was not many minions. 20 milli. I mean, the Shaman did loads. Shaman got a massive buff, by the way. Early Shaman, anyway. Like, they... speaking to the resident Shaman in my guild, they are probably going to be what you take. And if you take a damage Shaman, they are probably going to be it. like, it's crazy the buffs they got. I mean, I probably should move out of that, but that sounds above my pay grade. You know what? I'll use a leg sweep. I guess the only downside, I guess, of the trinket is it doesn't last the entirety of Zuin, but neither did House of Cards, and I'm pretty sure Lily doesn't either. But no, it feels really good. I wonder if it's raid good, though. So I guess, like, we have so much mastery at the moment, right? Having an extra mastery trinket. I mean, mastery's still good. Like, don't get me wrong. Mastery's still going to be pretty damn good. But potentially just having a main stat trinket like this is actually going to be really good. I'm surprised I didn't try it out before. Actually, am I surprised? No. I'm just like that. So we should get one more burst wind on this. So I'll definitely I'll top damage on this boss. Like, it looks like I can't catch up to the mage, but like Windwalker, our burst right now on our single target is absurd. As long as I don't die, which feels very likely actually, I should just nuke this guy. Yeah. like you see how like leapfrog it is, and this is what I love, right? This is what I felt was like kind of worrying me for this season, is that this is what Conduit should do. When you get your cooldowns in season 2 and you send them, you become top. And then like slowly but surely you did like fall back down. But this was my big worry for Conduit season 3 with like the initial tier set, how it worked and stuff like that. Like, it felt like you went up, but not that high. And then you just drop back down. But like, you do your burst now, and it feels like you go up, and you actually just you just kind of stay up. But I don't think it's busted. Like, it sounds ludicrous, but I actually don't. I've seen specs do way more than this. Thank you for all the follows as well, and the YouTube subscription. Thank you very much. So Windwalker's worse than last tier, but still playable. I don't think it's. I think we're better than last. Well, okay, we talking grand scheme of things, or like Windwalker itself. Because if we're talking grand scheme of things, then yeah, it'd be pretty hard for us to like be where we were at the start of last tier, if that makes sense. Because like to be where we were at the start of last tier, we'd have to be in first place, right? Which is a very big ask. So yeah, in that sense, yes, we're not where we were at the start of last tier. Like, in how the spec plays, like, it feels like we do tons of damage. It plays well, everything synergizes, your cooldowns all line up nicely. Conduit just doesn't feel like, in a weird way, right? Hear me out. Conduit season 2 feels slow in comparison. I go back to live servers and I feel like I'm playing in slow mo. Whereas when we went into season 2, I remember the big hype being it's so fast paced. We are like, our cooldowns go crazy. The gameplay's really quick, really like engaging. And now it feels sluggish and sluggish and slow. Like, and I think our damage is fine. I think in terms of like melee DPS, we are probably up there. I think all melee DPS at the moment, besides Frost DK, are in a really rough spot. Oh my god, what's happening? It's the pulsar! I got this, boys. They say I don't do nothing. Yeah, like, I genuinely think like a lot of the strength this season looks like it's coming from a lot of range specs. Like, don't get me wrong, there's still some good melee specs, right? But like, on a whole grand scheme of things, like especially for raid testing, I know a lot's changed since raid testing. Melees were so far behind ranged, it felt horrendous. Obviously since then we've had like stuff like the Boomy nerf, a lot of Hunter nerfs, although Hunter's still stupid strong. So yeah, I don't know. Like, melees have to get raid spots, right? Wait, do they? Yeah, surely. Surely. Do they? Wait, do they? No, yeah, surely they do. But do they? This has been a really clean run. We're gonna I mean, we're not gonna 3-star this, but like really quick. Really quick run. It's actually a fast dungeon. Like, what's this? 16 minutes? Like, I didn't realize how how small this dungeon was? That's the wrong word. Like, just how quick it is, I guess. I should have touched a death there. How does Windwalker look next patch? Better than it did 2 days ago. Better than it did 2 days ago. I mean, look at this way. Technically, well, I was going to say we've caught no nerfs so far, but we actually have caught nerfs. Can I send coolies here? I mean, I am. But is she going to teleport to the middle during my coolies? That would be cringe. Don't you dare. Don't you fucking dare. You stupid mob. Who could have predicted this? Who could have predicted this? Show me my red line then. Oh god. I guess over here. Does that work? It kind of works, no? We kind of did it, but we didn't. If there was one thing I would actually ask them to change on this boss, and it's really minute, I would actually say could they make the lines a bit more clearer? Like they're red lines, right? And they flash, and that's fine. But they're actually like not that clear to see. Very minute thing though. Oh my god! Why are we on the stairs? I can't see anything on the stairs. This is not where I want to be right now. Where's the circle? What? The stairs is not it, Chief. Oh god. I can't see these star shooting things because they go into the stairs. All right, I need to look this way, I think. But yeah, like genuinely, just the red lines if they're a bit more clear, or they didn't like flash. If they stayed permanent, then it'd be easier to see. But really minute thing. No, I'm on my cooldowns, you stupid boss. And I've got lines on me. I mean, they're not that bad actually. But maybe if they like permanently stayed, not this like glowing thing. I don't know. Maybe I'm just being over the top. Ow. All right, back to the stairs we go. Oh god. Heals back health anyway. There's no point doing damage. That is an incorrect take. Not doing damage. That is an insane. No, not pressing my cooldowns. No. Oh, okay. I mean, the damage is good, right? I'm gonna just pop in cooldowns here early because this thing's just dead, right? Oh wait, we're not. We're not full percent. Oh shit. I suppose one thing that I haven't really thought about, I literally only just thought about it then when I pressed Blackout Kick, is previously we used Blackout Kick a lot to reduce the cooldown of Fist of Fury, right? Not even just like just naturally. You actually don't need to do that anymore. So it's another reason why Blackout Kick isn't as valuable. So I remember like all the time, right? Even in your cooldowns, you'd be pressing Blackout Kick in Season 2 to get a short cooldown on Fist of Fury. You use it as like a cooldown reduction during opener and stuff. But like it's just another reason the cooldown's so short now that even Blackout Kick's lost that value as well. Anyway, that was a really clean dungeon. I guess vote to abandon it because I don't want the red mark against my name. Wait, did they go back in? Am I crazy? No, I've been baited. No, my damage meters. Wait, where are they? What the fuck is going on? Get me out. Oh, they're over here. Wait, surely this doesn't count. There's no way this gives us percentage, right? No, it doesn't. Also, I was thinking about this the other day. Why are there seagulls here? In space? Who'd have thought? I need to find that. So I'm going to go through the... I was going to look at the damage breakdown for that one again. But it's kind of cocked itself up because of that final pull. Oh, it's completely messed up, hasn't it? Oh, why did we do that? It's because we haven't... I shouldn't have gone back in. Anyway, like, overall, like, the breakdown's good. Like, the breakdown doesn't change, right? Like, it's always tends to be, like, Fist of Fury, Spinning Crane Kick, Slicing Winds as your top 3. Slicing Winds is generally not ever the top. Slicing Winds usually ends up coming down 3rd. It's all Fist of Fury, Spinning Crane Kick, and I think it can go either way a lot of the time. Is there any way I can see this? Because it'd be cool. I mean, that should show me my overall, but... Oh, no, that does? Hold up. No, that's cooked. But over here, I think that's fine. But I can't... The issue is I can't use this one. This one links it, so I can't actually... Or can I? Hold on. Overall damage. Dynamic overall damage. No, I can't click dynamic overall damage. It doesn't work like that. Ah! Well, I guess we'll have to look on this mini screen. But yeah, Fist of Fury, Slicing Winds. Well, no, that's not correct, because spinning... Why is Spinning Crane... No, wait, that is not correct. I think that's literally from that pack we just pulled, right? No, it is. It is from that pack we just pulled. Can't you delete the last segment from when you went back? Shit, I don't know what I'm doing. No, I don't think so. Seagulls. Oh, that's annoying, because I wanted to have a look at the, I mean, I can talk about it without it, let's be honest. You know me, I love to yap. This good trinket. I actually feel a bit stupid for not running it until this point. Like, the only thing that stopped me running it initially was the fact that I genuinely couldn't track it, right? And being able to track something's pretty important, but the fact that then it turns out that everyone was just sending it on cooldown anyway meant that tracking it was pointless. It's one of those trinkets, though, where it's hard to tell how much it actually impacted. Like, the only thing I can really tell is when I'm doing a pull and I know that I've activated it, does my damage feel higher than if I was using Lily of the Valley, or Lily of the Weave, or whatever it's called? It did. Like, there were moments where I used this on, like, 10 stacks, 13, 14 stacks, and it felt crazy. Like, this gives you main stat, essentially. Like, it gives you nothing else. It only gives you damage when it's, when you consume the stacks, right? So, like, there's no, like, passive, like, for instance, this has passive agility. This is no passive, I mean, it has avoidance, but ignore that. I think because, like, haste and mastery are so valuable, are going to be so valuable, right? But you're eventually going to reach a point where the Sims are like, okay, you've got loads of haste and you've got loads of mastery. We're actually happy with this. The Sims are happy with this. We think it's a good spot for you to continuously do damage, have no downtime, be able to get super fast, like, your rotation out, like, smoothly, stuff like that. So now we want you to focus more on crit and burst. However, having something that gives you massive amount of agility is also just as valuable, I think, as crit and burst. So I could see this trinket actually being really good, because it seemed like the average, if I had to guess the, like, roughly the average amount of stacks I had, it was around, like, 8 to 10, right? So that's about 30,000 agility, maybe, like, 24,000 agility, 24,000 to 30,000 agility, which is a lot. Like, it's the trade-off of what's stronger, 30,000 agility or 9,000 mastery. Um, and it's for 20 seconds as well, right? So actually, it is for the entirety of your Zuin. I don't know why I thought it was 15. I should read these things. Pretty good trinket. pretty good trinket. What does it drop from? And tell me it's not rare. God, tell me it's not rare. Well, it's not Dimensius. So that's good. Oh! That's good. Actually, that's kind of crazy. It drops from Fractilus. And it's not a rare trinket either. Like the thought is that especially for heroics, like when you do your like heroic and stuff like this, you're more likely probably going to take on Fractilus before you take on Soul Hunters. Like Fractilus right now is an easier fight unless like the damage check is really high, in like heroic and whatever. You should be able to do this boss because you can choose which one you do, right? You don't even have to do Soul Hunters. You can just run past them. Haha, stupid Demon Hunter boss. But the fact that it's not a rare trinket's really good, actually, because it's more likely that you can get this. I like it. I'm a big fan of Unyielding Nether Prism. Thank you for the weak aura. See it. Appreciate it. It's kind of useful. How much direct damage does it do? See, this is the issue. I would have loved to check that out. But because my Sims, because we went back into the dungeon, everything's scuffed, right? Because my overall apparently thinks that my entire dungeon was 1 minute 16. I can look at the initial 5-minute trash to try to get a rough estimate, but obviously once again not great, right? 2.3% there. If you look at like the boss itself, 1.4%. I mean, this is a horrible way of doing it. Oh, let me have a look at the time cap. 1.8%. So I'm going to say, if like roughing it up, something between like 1.5 maybe and 2 is probably its overall damage just from the cosmic damage, which is good already for a trinket, right? Like damage of a trinket, 2%, high end is good. So yeah, that's already good. But as well as I think a lot of damage at the moment is getting carried by this ethereal reaping, and I don't know if it's going to do as much. I don't know how it works. If it's like a sort of item that basically procs at a standard rate, or if you because I'm a Windwalker and I'm casting so many spells and abilities compared to some other specs now, is it going to proc more for me? I don't know. What's it called? Like RPM or something? Something along those lines. I don't know how it works. But right now it feels like this is. I don't know if it's just it got buffed, right? So it could just be the fact that it got buffed, so it's stronger. But in the right, let's go back to this dungeon, the one I can actually show you. That is crazy damage, right? From a cape. 5.5% of my damage. RPPM. Yeah, RPPM. That's what I was wondering. So like, it just feels like that does so like it does more. It does almost more damage than Gale Force, and Gale Force is a Tyson at the moment. Crazy stuff. Yeah, the thing is, I want to try to do a dungeon with let me reset all this. No, not reset. I'll go back to my current segment. I want to do a dungeon with some heavy hitters, if that makes sense. Like some people playing like Marksman Hunter, I think. Playing Frost DK. It's a bit hard to like actually get into a very specific group that you want, and I'm not gonna like search for it. But I think like if it pops up, I'll try join it. But that would be like the best way to get a good example. Because I've been like competing with Death Knights and Marksmanship Hunters for the past few weeks now, and they've been slapping, right? But what if it's time that we slap them? RPPM normalizes prop count precisely to avoid some specs benefiting more from it or for no reason. Yeah, that's what I was wondering. I imagine it probably does follow that, right? Guess otherwise, like specs like Outlaw Rogue or like us now. Remember when we used to be like remember back in the day when we do like have the least amount of auto attacks of like any spec in the game? Maybe like DK actually we'd compete with. We'd have like some of the lowest APM of any specs because crit mastery, crit versatility even. Good times. Now, now I think our APM is like up there with one of like the highest, the highest highest amount of buttons clicked. Not quite Outlaw Rogue, but there is genuinely no such thing as downtime anymore. And with the addition of like the spinning crane kick, now that you can cast during it, well, it's increased even more. Obviously, we had that in Dragonflight, but our APM was still pretty low then. Shit, dude. I think they like Windwalker. It's a crazy take, right? A lot of people think that Blizzard don't like Windwalker, but what if I told you I think they do? Like, if you look at like the season, or not even the season, the entire expansion as a whole, compare it to Dragonflight. Like, I remember seeing a lot of complaints with Dragonflight about our stat weights, how the spec played, stuff like that. I feel like on a whole, this tier, or not tier, the expansion, they've done a lot of work towards Windwalker. Maybe not all right now, right? And obviously recency biased of, oh, we've had nothing on this PCR cycle. But overall, compared to how Windwalker was last expansion, look at it now. They're two kind of completely different specs, in a way. I think like the biggest change that people still want is get rid of Storm, Earth, and Fire. Get rid of it for something else. And I agree with that one. I think it's too buggy to still be an ability. It kind of sucks, but it leads to a lot of issues. But like just overall, I think like we have like a pretty clear playstyle now. It's fast paced. You can play slower paced as well with Shadowpan if you want to, but Convict feels like such a good version of Windwalker. I think it's gonna feel really weird in Midnight when inevitably they'll change things up, so obviously, right? And they want to change like I don't know what they'll do with hero talents and stuff, but it'll feel weird. I kind of want them to keep Conduit running into next expansion. I feel like it's just so good for the gameplay. Like I feel like if we lost it, it would feel weird. Is that gonna make sense? They'll give us a third thing to trigger Heart of the Jade Serpent. All three will stack. Every patch, they just give us a new ability. This week, this patch, Fist of Fury now procs Heart of the Jade Serpent. Next one, Whirling Dragon Punch. Next one, Tiger Palm now procs Heart of the Jade Serpent. Go crazy, kids, and they all stack. That is the final form of Windwalker. That'd be well cool. You can again weave spells with Spinning Crane Kick. Yeah, you can. Season 3 change. Not channeled spells. So you can't cast things like Fist of Fury, for instance, Crackling Jade Lightning, Vivify, because they're all like channel spells, but you can cast things like Strike of the Windlord, Rising Sun Kick, Blackout Kick, Tiger Palm, Whirling Dragon Punch, Ring of Peace, Leg Sweep, all your defensives you can press as well. I haven't tried Tiger's Lust, but I don't see why it wouldn't. Yeah, that triggered as well during it. And you won't lose damage, but because the thing is, you could press them during a spinning crane kick anyway. But the big issue was that you lost your like last tick or last 2 ticks of damage. So if you play Dragonflight, it works the exact same premise. That's how it works. Anyway, get rid of those damage meters. We're gonna go join another dungeon. We're gonna try see what's about. I'm not too bothered on what dungeon it is. Any dungeon will do, but I need to grab a drink because I've been yapping for like 2 hours straight. Put the mirror back on. I'll be like 2 minutes or so. Not wait too long, guys. And then we'll hop into some more keys. Hello. I've returned. The cat is back. 50-cent fun? Get me in. I don't even know what that means, but get me in. Do I have to pay 50 cents to join this? Oh, I want to join this one. It's got a frost and a marksman. This is like the true tell. Please let me in. If I can get into this one, this will be really cool, because I get to compete against Frost and Marksman again, and that's ideally what I want. I mean, this one does as well. This is Frost Marksman. It is a 12, but I'll try to do this, because I want to try just see damage against these two specs. These are the specs, right, at the moment that I'm, like, trying to compare the most to. I was going to wait to see if this one invited me, but I just don't think they will. Yeah, it's fine. We'll go this one. We'll go this one. And I should be able to port there now, because I've finally done it. Yay! Oh, good times. What expansion was this? Shadowlands. Oh, I didn't time it. Oh yeah, I forgot I didn't time it. I guess we're walking. I guess we're walking. How's Windwall looking? As heard for weeks, it's the worst spec for keys due to damage it can do. I've never thought it was the worst spec. Even in terms of like damage, I don't think it's the worst spec. But the small tunings and stuff that we've had over the past couple of weeks have definitely helped, right? The fact that you can now, the fact that Conduit's in its like its best form, and they haven't changed it with this cycle, which is really positive. The fact that you can cast during spinning crane kick now, very minute change, a little bit of a DPS increase, but it allows the flow to play better, and I think that's even more important than the damage that it allows you to do. Like, just being able to overlap damaging abilities is really useful, especially with the high speed and pace of Conduit. And 5% buff, right? You can't complain about a 5% buff. Doesn't sound like a lot, but it goes a long way. It goes a long way. Like, I think we sim now in single target for like 6 milli, which is good. It's not absurd. It's not absurd as Warlock DPS, but it's really that's on the higher end. Obviously, it's still very early for sims and stuff, but you know, I'm positive about it, right? I'm very positive about our position right now. But I was relatively positive about our position a week ago, right? I was dooming a lot when Conduit didn't overlap, and Conduit was playing when Conduit was basically in a really weird spot where you didn't stack the buffs or anything like that. That's when I was dooming a little bit, and I was like, and it's not even the damage of it. It just felt really clunky. So at that point, I was probably like, I don't know how Windwalker's going to be next tier. But I think they're doing work. I think like we haven't had a lot of changes that have been publicized, but a lot of the behind the scenes changes have been really good for us. It's why I say, like, if all you've really done is looked at like PTR notes and stuff like that, you'd think that Windwalker hasn't had anything done to it, and it would be fair. It would be a fair assumption, right? All you might think is that we've had a 5% damage increase and that's it, but they've done a fair bit of under the hood work, so I'm pretty happy with it. Good morning, Andrew. How you doing? And yeah, thank you for all the follows, my dudes. So many of you. So many of you. Really appreciate it. So yeah, we finally got a marksman and a death knight. Hopefully we do this key fully. If there's any key, like this is the one that people leave all the time though. It'll be good to have like compare that against these two, because I think marksman's in such a strong spot right now for ranged damage. Its burst damage is ludicrous. like I see the spec doing like 30 million burst on things like Gambit and stuff like that. I've never been able to hit 30 million. So very strong at the moment, and obviously Frost DK is what everybody's been talking about for weeks and weeks and weeks, right? But both have been hit with slight nerfs here and there as the weeks have gone by, and we've only been hit with buffs, really, if I'm being honest. Also, if you've just joined, I'm trying out a different trinket. called Unyielding Nether Prism. Essentially, what this trinket does is it stacks up during like fighting. You gain stacks, and then when you activate it, it gives you agility. So it's stacking agility, and then it gives you like a huge amount of agility if you stack up all the way to full. But it appears that the way you're going to play it at the moment is that you stack it up as much as you can, but you will still send it out with cooldowns no matter what, right? So whether that be 15 stacks, 10 stacks, 8 stacks, it just depends where it's at the time. And I switched this out for Lily. Lily gave us mastery, but it's a really weak trinket at the moment. And this is a use whenever. You can press this. You can press this whenever. It has a 20-second internal cooldown, but like you could press this every 20 seconds if you really wanted to. Don't, but like don't. And it does damage. It also does damage throughout the dungeon, right? Roughly, I think we've looked at it. It's roughly around the 2% mark, and that's just without like no agility. That doesn't take into account the agility buff. That's just the damage that it does throughout the dungeons, about 2%. So good trinket. Besides that, I mean, he is pretty much like I've been trying to like sort out stat weights and stuff, but it's kind of hard on the PTR about crafting tons of stuff, and I'm not going out my way to craft tons of gear, right? Like I'm not that try hard. If I had to change anything, I'd give myself more haste. Probably give myself more haste for versatility. Drop some verse, give myself some more haste. Maybe drop a little bit of mastery for a bit more haste. Try to get these two closer together in their raw numbers. Verse is maybe a bit too high right now in the scheme of things. Like crit and verse should be about the same-ish. Something along those lines, but it's hard to think they're gonna make any big changes before the patch. I mean, they could do anything, right? But like, crazy take. I don't actually think we need major changes or any changes right now. I'd be so happy if we went to live like this. Okay, we're doing this one. I probably should have looked at the route, but we don't do that here. Oh my god. Interesting lust. Lust when everything's dead. I like it. I like it. Tank's on death's doors. Tank is dead now. Tank is dead now. That's what I mean, though. Like, there are some crazy pulls that get done in this dungeon. And I could see these being like live pulls. Like I wouldn't be surprised if this is what you do on live, right? But it's so punishing at the moment. No one's left though. We're just redoing it, so at least that. Marksman is still pretty high on the initial pull, but I never like the way I look at hunters is that they always have done massive damage at the start of a dungeon. You ever do an Ascendery media with a hunter, they will absolutely go berserk on that thing, and then they slowly like fall off a little bit. Whereas I find that we don't do the craziest amount of damage ever in a dungeon, like on pull and stuff. We'll do good damage, but I think throughout the dungeon we always stay relatively consistent, and I think that's Windwalker's strength. Honestly, I think our like consistent damage throughout a dungeon has always been like really good. Even with like Shadowpan's obviously the one that's been more consistent, but even with Conduit, right? I find like our damage is always like pretty good throughout because just such low cooldowns and stuff. Pack size is never like obviously higher pack amounts is a bit worse for us, but then lower pack amounts are like, ooh, juicy. We like those. But yeah, when you get past this initial pull, this pull is just so crazy. Let's have a look at the route. Let's have a gander at what this actual route was. Oh, I don't have MDT installed. Never mind. We don't need that here. I should probably also buff myself up. That would help. How do I think Windwalker will be in raiding? Honestly, I think that we have a... I don't know if... Like, I don't think we'll be in for every raid spot. Like, I'm judging off race to world first, right? Um, I think there's some bosses where you would take Windwalker. I think it's got really good single target strength at the moment. And the positive from that is I think a lot of melee specs have really weak single targets at the moment. So, like, Fractilis is my best example of this. I'm a true believer that you take Windwalker on Fractilis, right? Because it's a really short fight, which complements our burst cooldowns. Pure single target. All that matters is damage on that boss fight, and I think we fit that profile. The 5% buff just helps even more for that. And there's a lot of single target bosses at the moment. Plexus Sentinel is a bit awkward because there's a lot of movement, so I think actually range specs might be stronger for this because they can deal damage as they move, obviously. Lumathar, I think we'll be really good on Lumathar. Single target boss, right? Not crazy movement. Saladar is another boss where there is an ad phase, but it's really minute. So, you know, so it is predominantly a single target fight. Once again, not bad. Not bad. Honestly, not bad. Ah, I messed up there. I couldn't get the Fist of Fury out fast enough. These slashes, man, they are absolutely mauling tanks right now. Like I had a paladin earlier that was just getting owned by these things. They're really powerful. Like I think it's the Gargans as well. Someone was saying they put bleeds. Like this dungeon is really tough. I'll say it once and I'll say it again. Preservoka. What do they do? They remove bleeds. Yeah, pretty good, pretty good. Alright, it's gonna be a massive pull. Oh, it's gonna be huge. This is actually gonna be disgusting. I need to be careful here that I don't rip aggro. I think I'm fine at the moment. Hunters, man. every time, like, I don't look at my damage meters during my burst window because I'm so focused on doing it. And then when I'm finished, I'll look over and I'll be like, man, I've got to be top, right? I just did some god's work. And the hunter will just be like double the damage. They are so good right now. So good right now. But I'm positive because I feel like we're good right now. Like 8 million looks bad, but I actually don't think that's that bad. I just think like there's a difference between being bad and having one spec being really good. I think hunters are just really good right now. Like, I don't think we're bad. Oh, this is gonna suck. Oh, please let me Fist of Fury when I want a Fist of Fury. I gotta hold coolies here. Feels awful, but have to. Huh? Beating Hunter on a pull? It's over for them. They're done. Wait, no, the pool's not over yet. Hold up, the pool's not over yet. No, keep, please. Oh god, no, he's coming. Clip it and ship it. This one right here. Screenshot that one. Send that to all your hunter friends. It's over. They're done. This details up here. Ignore that one. Don't. we ignore that one. Frost DK getting a little bit clapped right now. Hey, thank you for the follow. Appreciate it. Oh, once again, I side eye to my details. Where, huh? Where did this come from? Where did that damage come from? We're doing a big pull here. Oh no, I've got aggro. Hold up. Hold up, we're catching up. We're catching up. Ooh. Ooh, we almost made up that deficit. Hunters are broken right now, not just really good. I'm not sure. I feel like they were broken. I don't actually think they're broken. It's hard to tell. Like, because there was versions of them where they were broken, right? I just think they just do good DPS. I don't know if good DPS always translates to broken. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to damage you. Oh, Gargans are pissed. I'm gonna move over here. Gargan-free area. I'm cursed, but I can't move because I need to do damage. Thoughts? Thoughts? Oh, Wicked Bolt. Hot take, but if we actually finish this dungeon, I'm finishing top DPS. And that sounds like a bit like cope. Like, come on. I can make up that deficit. I know I can make up that deficit. Oh, yeah, hit me with that double fucking bolt ability. I love it. I love it when they both target me. Ah, understand, he can't move because he's dealing damage. Neither. That's a vibe. I'm starting to doubt I can make up that deficit. I was like, this is it. This is what I'm going to pump. And then once again, I just look over. Hold up a second. We've got to hope. My hope is that their single target is actually pretty bad. That's what I'm majorly hoping for. Like, that I can take them on the bosses. Because right now, I think our single target's really good. I don't know if he'll be able to compete. I'm dealing damage, so once again, I can't really move out. See, outside of their cooldowns, they're actually really bad. So I know he's outside of his cooldown. Ruh-oh. Ruh-oh. Outside of their cooldowns, I actually think they don't do much damage. Whereas we do deal damage outside of our cooldowns, just because of how our how they work. I mean, oh, I'm gonna pop a defensive there, pop a heal. I'm still targeted. I'm just dead, right? I don't think he can pull back aggro after that long. But hunters have cooldowns for every pack and real key. Yeah, not wrong. This isn't a real key. Feels bad, man. I only do fake keys here. I imagine you're talking about higher keystone levels, yeah? Yeah, that's the way I'm going to interpret that. And to be fair, counter argument to that then is that we have our cooldowns up for every pack in a real key too. But yeah, I won't lie, their AoE burst is way better, right? Like that is true as well. Oh, I'm sorry, groundskeepers. Tank. Oh, I didn't realize he was just messing around. He didn't really want to fight these things. My mistake, buddy. I didn't realize that you weren't really tanking them. Would you mind taking aggro? Please. I can't send coolies here because I need the boss. Right, okay. Ooh. Can't stand there, mate. Ooh, can't stand there, mate. Oh. No. No, 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 no. I wasn't in that. I promise you I wasn't in that. I swear I wasn't in that. I slicing wins to make sure I wasn't, no? Can't stand there, mate. I can't stand there. Someone check. Was I actually slicing wins into that circle? I swear I didn't, because I knew the circle was coming in, and I was like, right, I'll slicing wins to the side of it. I mean, obviously I did, right? I died. But I'm so certain I didn't, because I actively thought about it, which is crazy. Crazy. But I did actively think about it. Not hard enough, I guess. The lingering ground AoE killed me. I thought it said it was the crush though itself. I will send out mini burst here. So otherwise I'll just be holding them for too long. Alright, we're just gonna be extra careful. See? Fuck me! Yeah, we're just gonna be genuinely extra careful then. Oh! I know what might have killed me. When it hits the ground, it does like an AoE damage. Even though if it doesn't hit you, you still get take damage. I think I had such low health. That I just died to it. So this is actually really scary. When we have slicing winds and stuff like that, and whirling dragon punch. So I just need to be like really careful with those abilities here, because that's caught me out. Like especially when he starts turning it the other way. That's when things get a little bit scary. But hey, our single target damage. Not even capping. Our single target's really good right now. Yeah. So I wasn't in the hit there, but I took the hit. So yeah, that is why I died. So I did die to the ability, but not because I stood in it. Because I just didn't defensive, basically. Gotta be careful with slicing winds here. Yeah, I knew it was going to turn at some point. If I slicing winds to the side there, I was a goner. And this is the main reason why I think I can probably catch up to his damage overall in the dungeon. Because they do really good AoE damage, don't get me wrong. But I think I can take him. I think if we finish this dungeon, I think I will overtake him through bosses. Because that's where our strength really is. It was the same for Season 2, right? We had really good boss damage in dungeons and stuff. I'm confident. Tanks are getting ripped apart in this dungeon. Yeah, this dungeon is so bad for tanks. I genuinely feel sorry for them. Like, I don't know. I thought maybe it was just the paladin earlier having a bad dungeon, but this tank, he's also getting torn to shreds. Like, if this goes live, this will be your tank's least favorite dungeon. And that's why I keep saying Preservoker for this one, because if it's bleeds that are really wrecking them, having someone that can just remove the bleeds for you, or go dwarf. Thoughts? I probably should have saved there so I could hit all of the little gremlins with slicing winds. I definitely should have saved there. I should have saved so I could get slicing winds on them. I hate how they run away. It terrifies me every time that one of these is just going to run away and pull another pack. Alright, so we're on 9 prism stacks here, and I haven't sent cooldowns yet. We should get to 10. So it's not quite a full one, but this will be a pretty heavy hissing AoE, like big cooldowns. Yeah, pretty heavy hitting. Pretty heavy hitting, I'd say. I wish it was a bigger pull. That's the only thing I wish it was more. I think it was words. Wish it was a little bit bigger. Oh, it wasn't me. Oh, wait, did my ring of peace hit them with latent energy? No fucking way. Am I crazy? So I wanted to ring a piece them to make sure that we could run past. It was definitely me that brought us into combat. I'm trying to work out if my thing propped essentially. So this is going to shred my tank. My tank is having the worst time of his life right now. He's literally swearing at me through his monitor. I know it. Tank, I'm so sorry. Forgive me. Hey, thank you for the follow. Why can't I? Appreciate it. Once again, not popping coolies here. I'm going to once again send mini burst window here, and this is also a good thing because it allows me to save up latent. So actually, this trinket's not even. This trinket actually makes it feel even better now to send out mini burst windows. Like you're not punished for delaying because it means your burst window is actually going to be stronger. And it's like kind of a weird thing, but actually, it makes it feel better. Like 11 stacks, 15 is the max, by the way. $11 million single target damage. Get the fuck off me! Not gonna be Meta and M+, but we're doing fine. Yeah, no, I think, like, I would never expect us to be Meta and M+, this season. But, like, we weren't Meta last season, and I think we did absolutely fine. Like, doing fine's fine, you know? Doing fine's fine. Like, it doesn't always feel fine, of course. But very few select specs actually get to be Meta, right? Alright, we'll do single target burst again here. Oh shit, what's that? Go on, get more slicing wins. Ah, I didn't quite get the pad. Once again, you know, boss damage is nutty. I'm coming for him. He thinks he's getting away with this. He's not. Promise you he's not. I wonder if he's gonna ask us to wait here. I do remember, like, back in day, I used to be told to, like, literally wait far back and they just pull everything to you. Or maybe it's this room. You fight them in this room here. I imagine he's got to come back, right? Or we're gonna fight in this camera angle again? I mean, that also works, I suppose. And then there should be one slashy. Can you actually skip this guy? Oh, you can just skip him. Oh, it switches. That was close. Alright, no cooldowns for this boss on pull. That's fine. What the fuck's happening? How do I get this circle off of me? Do I go to the thing? Oh! I am relatively concerned. I didn't realize... Oh, it's off me. Okay, good. Good, 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 good. Fire circle. Panic. Oh, this boss is over. This boss is so scuffed. Am I crazy? Should there been a way to get that off? I mean, it's still doable, right? Oh, I have it on me again. GG. Diffuse magic? Question mark? Oh, diffuse magic. Okay, it's a dispel. Okay, dispel. Surely, right? Like, that's not a coincidence. I pressed diffuse magic and it was gone. If we can get past this boss, we do finish the dungeon. Please, sir. One dispel. My hero. Yeah, okay, it was straight up. He just didn't... He's dead. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Why is there a fire circle here? Nice try. Okay. You got this. You got this. Yeah, just go. Yeah, yeah, yeah. We don't need the Death Knight. Forget him. Good. Another Halls of a Halls group that doesn't instantly quit. There's just no point, you know. Just you might as well just play it out. Plus, I've got to beat this guy. I've got thumbnails to make, you know. I got propaganda to spread. I can't spread my propaganda without actually doing it. I mean, I could. All right. I was waiting there to see who he dispelled, right? I haven't had a single ghost chase me. That's kind of cool. Like genuinely cool. I don't want it. Chase the hunter. Not even like in a way to like make him lose DPS. Chase the hunter because he can still DPS. Uh-oh. I'll try to go over here if the ghost is chasing me. Help. Oh, I wish he dispelled me. He didn't. He chose the other player. I think he needed to dispel me there. Oh well, it's fine. Let me read some comments. I look away for 5 seconds and you're Windwalker floor POV. I mean, to be fair, the amount of times I've died today has been a lot better than usual. Like, I've actually been playing alright today. I think this is the first time I've died like this. It is going to make it a bit hard to pull back this deficit. I needed the boss damage. I'm going to have to be pulling out some illegal plays, I think, to do this. I think this boss is fine, though. It is a little bit messy at times. It's going to feel good if you can have a class that can dispel themselves, right? Similar to Cinderbrew, right? You know, Cinderbrew boss, second boss, Ippa, and Ippa, like, hits you with, like, the, what does Ippa do? Ippa, like, goes low-key kind of crazy on you, and then during the intermission, it puts 2 dots on a player. One gets dispelled, the other doesn't. But, like, if you're able to, like, actually just, have a class that can remove it, it makes it well easier for the healer and stuff. It hurts. That red circle really hurt. Wait, where is everybody? Oh! Why'd they pull that? They pulled it and went through the door! I feel like I missed the memo for that one. Oh shit, the healer's dead! I missed the memo for what we were doing there. What? Why did we pull it? Does it come through the door? Is that what... am I being stupid? It probably does, doesn't it? Hold door. Hold the door. Hold the door. It must come through the door, right? Otherwise, he wouldn't have pulled that for no reason. He wouldn't do that. All my damage is pointless right now. Oh, are we doing the illegal strat? Oh, this is the strat where you race him, basically, right? You essentially just race him. Can we kill you before you can heal up? Good strat, good strat. I like it. The answer is almost always yes. I will nuke this guy. This is going to hurt, because this is like 10 of us stacked up. You bitch! You know what he did? He pressed his AMS or something and was like, eh, no, not my problem. I wish I had an AMS button. Because we were stacked on top of each other. And he was like, oh, I'm not gonna die. I'm not gonna die, not my problem. I respect it. I would have done the same thing if I diffused Magic Up. I mean, I did do this. In fact, I have diffused Magic Up. Yeah, we died. Yeah, not my problem, Bozo. Wait, the tank died. Do you think at some point we'll start doing it properly? Oh, so greedy for damage. So greedy for damage. I told you I had to pull out the moves. Like there was no way I was beating this guy without doing something illegal. No, that is where you fight him. I do remember in Shadowlands you did all go up there, but the strat is to move out of the circle so you don't kill each other. Like it makes sense, right? It sounds like a pretty simple thing to do. However, that would be a DPS loss, and we ain't about that. What are we doing here then? Oh, okay, he's gone back to Dornigal. Nice run though. Anyway, nice run though. And thanks for not insta leaving. Like the amount, like I feel like I've actually had good practice in Halls of Atonement now. Like obviously we didn't finish this dungeon, but compared to like other ones, it felt so weak in how much I've practiced because people just insta leave it. So I've had 2 groups that just haven't insta left today, so I appreciate that. I mean, look, I didn't beat the Hunter, but compared to where damage was, like even a few days ago, and obviously different players, like, you know, I thought this guy was pretty decent at Hunter, to be honest. Like, I thought he was quite good. Like, I feel like the damage difference is coming down. Don't get me wrong, they're still pretty strong, but I feel like it's more competitive. I think the DK was just having a bad day. Bad day in the office. Is the damage actually good now, or are they ass? Which spec? Windwalker? Or DK? DKs are still good. DKs are still good if it's DK. Windwalkers, on the other hand, man, that spec is ass. Don't play them. They fucking suck. Alright, let's find another one. Let's find another one. They're all... The most like 12s and stuff. I think people are just practicing keys, right? I've done enough Halls of Atonement. We could do one more Gambit. Or Eldani. I haven't done Eldani today, and that's also, you know, pretty basic comp. It is a +10 though, but I'm just here to play the dungeons, right? I don't really have like a group to push with on the PCR because it's the fucking PCR. Why would I? I'm just here to play the dungeons, have fun, stomp some meta specs, you know. This is what I can show you now. I need to get to this dungeon though. I should actually have the teleport for this one. Hold on, I will just teleport there. So now I can actually show you the damage breakdown that I couldn't show you last time. There we go, Ecodome and Eldani. Okay, deleting my monk, thanks. No problem, I got you. I got you. Please don't delete your monk. No, I think we're fine. We're fine. Okay, quickly before we pull. So you can see like how much of the damage is still ethereal reaping, right? And I want to check the Hunter. So this is the interesting thing, right? 440 million was ethereal, 509 was my ethereal. So I actually got more value from ethereal reaping than he did. I don't know, that's just an RNG thing, right, at the end of the day. But like, if you look at damage breakdowns and stuff, this DK also had ethereal reaping well lower, but you can see how much more ethereal reaping benefits me compared to like a Hunter, right? Like on their DPS breakdown, it looks like it carries me a lot more. But the damage is relatively like close to each other on it. But you can see how much like the buff for this like carries now. Like it's a really strong buff to it. So making sure that you keep up on upgrading your cape and stuff is going to be so important. On the plus side, it's not like AP where you can infinitely scale it. It'll just be like weekly stuff, right? So at least that. But very, very strong cape. We wanted to look at unyielding nether prism, so not the full dungeon, but yeah, about 2% of damage just comes from this thing's AoE cosmic damage that it does that splits up and gains you stack. So, like, alone, a 2% damage trinket, in my opinion, is pretty good, right? Like, a trinket that you get does 2% of your damage. I'm pretty happy with that generally. But on top of that, that's not even the good part of it. It's the fact that it buffs, gives you the agility and stuff. Would not be surprised if it comes out to be a really good trinket for next tier. Wouldn't be surprised in the slightest if it's like a top tier trinket. But it's really hard to like discuss trinkets and stuff right now because I don't think they've done their final sweep of trinket tuning. Like old trinkets, new trinkets, delve trinkets. I still think they've got to do a fair bit of trinket tuning. They've done a little bit, but I don't think they've done enough. Oh, we'll actually get affixes. Remember those? Remember when we used to get affixes? Yeah, me too. What is it? What's my affix? Tell me, Zalatath. Ow. Yeah, I gotta be really careful about like pulling aggro and stuff. It's really easy to now. Sometimes it's not too bad. Like some tanks will like be really good at taking it, but if you play with like a tank that's like maybe not like even just the spec itself is not great at like grabbing AoE threat like really quickly, you pop out the strike of the Windlord into slicing winds. Yeah, you dead. You are just dead. So just bear in mind, in like general, damage is going to be lower for this dungeon from everybody playing in it, just because like dungeons on the PTR is scaled, right? So it's hard to compare like keys across like keystone levels and stuff, just because like the gear scaling is actually quite big. Do I pop coolies here? No, I don't think the pack's big enough. I think next pack I send coolies. Yeah, I think they would have just insta-died there, and that would have been cringe. Plus, it allows us to stack up our thing a little bit more as well. So there's no real downside to it. Except for less cooldowns in a dungeon run. But I think we pull this into this. Yeah? Yeah. Alright. Yeah, pretty good. And you can see like how much of that is just slicing winds. How many times I press slicing winds? I pressed it twice. Like, so that's like another thing. Like, although I want to be sending strike and slice on cooldown pretty much, it is always worth trying to make sure that the slice at least is at a time when all the targets are kind of grouped up, because it still is a heavy hitter, right? So that's what I'm trying to find that balance as well at the moment of like even delaying like slightly on this if it means that I actually guarantee getting a larger group in the slicing winds. But obviously not delaying it too much where it kind of like just messes up cooldowns and all that jazz. It's a very thin rope. Tight thread? Thin thread? I don't even know what the expression is. So although there's like 7 seconds left on this, I did send my mini cooldowns a little bit earlier. Do I regret it? Yeah. Yes, actually I do. I didn't realize the might spawn now. I thought they spawned after this set. Oh no! Oh well, let's just do some boss damage. Oh fuck! I'm so glad that that takes a second before it triggers, because, do you know, I just slicing winced on top of a boss who was sucking me in. We are not killing these ads, so I think the play here is to pop all defensives and just kill the boss, because I think he's going to do a really big hit now. Oh no! I learnt no lessons there at all, because even though I realized it almost went into him the first time, I still popped a whirling dragon punch on top of him. What I'm trying to say is that I played this fight awfully, but the damage is still really good, right? Um, and it's all boss damage, right? I mean, 20% of it's on the frenzied mites, right? But most people's about 20%. Like, the amount of damage that you are hitting onto bosses at the moment is kind of crazy. And the Ethereal Reaping, 6% of that. So maybe not 20, like I might have heard earlier. I mean, it could be doing about 20 at some points. But it hits like a truck. It carries a lot of the damage. Oh, sir, please. Fuck me, I guess. So on actual live servers, I've seen quite a few routes for this dungeon. I don't think we'll be pulling a lot of these packs that we've pulled here. I think this is quite like a fresh group of people playing. Which is fine. That's cool. But just in like general, like you skip a lot of these Sentinel packs because these Sentinel packs are really egregious to play against. Because once you break their shield, they put this purple stuff on the ground. It's just really awkward to play around, and they just do a lot of damage. So you end up skipping a lot of these packs. Not so bad on the +10, right? Where like you kind of just kill things pretty quickly. But like a lot of these like paths and stuff, like you skip these ads here at the front. I've seen us run around this corner here, pulling this pack over here to avoid this one at the front. Like I think the only Sentinel we pull is this one at the end. Like you even skip this one in the middle. Oh dear god. No, don't turn it! Ah, the double Sentinel special! I must say, I'm not a massive fan. Oh dear god. Hello, why has my character stopped doing damage? Why am I doing no damage anymore? Ah, that's extremely low. My gear broken? No, just me, broken in the brain. Is this it? Alright, I think this is it. So I'm just going to do a mini burst window here, because I kind of want a bigger pack. Like something like this, maybe pulled into something else? Yes. No, you stopped. You had the right idea. Is the back out already? As in like as in the cape? The cape for season 3? If so, no. The cape for season 3 is not out yet. I think it's like we'll get it through the story. I haven't actually played any of the story on PTR because I don't enjoy playing the story on the PTR. I prefer just like experiencing it on live. But you get it through there essentially. Is the back in the room with us? Alright, if you haven't seen this boss before, it's pretty basic, actually. Like, the only thing to really note on this boss, is that it has a damage amp phase, right? So if there's, like, a way, like, if you get your... I think if you get your cooldowns midway through the boss fight, I think it's actually better to hold them for the damage amp. Because it's 2 targets. Like, it's generally, you can do so much more damage. It depends when you get them up, really. I mean, I think if you have them ready for pull on the boss, I think it'd be crazy to not send them. But it's timer based, it's not health based, so it doesn't quite work out. It doesn't quite, like, if you send them on pull, you won't have them up for the damage amp phase, basically. So that's like the decision you have to make. So like, I'm gonna have them up for pull here because I get them up for pull. Like, I am gonna send it, right. Like, it'd be crazy not to. I'd be crazy to hold it for like a minute. But let's say we just did this pack here and I sent my cooldowns out, then I'm not actually in that bad of a state. So then I pull this boss, and I'm still gonna have my I'm basically gonna save for the boss burst. Relatively simple boss. He's gonna cage you. He like shoots javelins on the ground, and then once he shots javelins, like he's gonna do it to me here. You can't leave the circle essentially. You just got to kill him. Pretty chill mechanic. He does a little frontal thing here. You just dodge it, or dash even. It's the intermission part that's a little bit interesting. He teleports to the middle basically, and then he'll start channeling, and you've got to basically push. Like, you see what I mean? Like, these purple things appear, and you've got to make them go through him, and you can't damage him at all. So there's no point sending anything on him here. It's all mechanical. So like here again, and he has orbs around him, and then when it pops, that's when we're gonna go crazy on him. That poor hunter, no one's helping him with his javelin. You see him desperately rapid shooting. I think he cast a rapid shot. He was just stood next to his thing shooting it because he couldn't get out. Unlucky. Once again, it's such a mini pull that I just cannot bring myself to send my cooldowns out here. The positive of this, though, is I'm not at max stacks of my prism just yet. So we're going to hit 15 here. So this will be the first time we see what an actual max prism pull looks like. So basically the maximum amount of agility this prism can give me on a pull. So hopefully it's a big one. Hopefully it's a big pull. Is it crazy to say that I think I could probably hit 30 million if I play it well? Probably, yeah, actually, that is a bit crazy. Although, if we take this haste buff here, and then we go in, actually, that's not crazy. It has to be a big enough pull, though, to do 30 mil. So, sucky, sucky. No, come back, sucky, sucky. I'm sucky. I'm taking my haste buff. I'll take it to the bank. Fine with me. Not quite the pull I was hoping for this 15. Not quite the pull I wanted. But I'm still gonna send it, because otherwise I'm just overcapping on my cooldowns, but that feels awful to do. I mean, close to 30 mil, right? We hit 8. I think the most annoying thing about these ads is that they constantly dash around. So like targeting is really awkward. Like that guy dashes, these Fellstalkers jump, and they'll jump to like random targets as well. So like you'll end up focusing one, and it'll jump to the other side of the room. You just got to constantly basically tab target. Not end of the world, but they are very obnoxious. Oh, now we're doing the big pull. Interesting. It's now a bad time to say that I have no cooldowns for this. Psych. If it's a really big pull. Oh yeah, no, it'd have to be like a really big pull. We're talking like at least 4 ads, right? 4 ads, 30 million. Sounds reasonable. No, I think I'm talking something more along of like Gambit first pull. Like Gambit Murloc pull with 15 stacks. Yeah, hopefully they do hopefully they fix Shadow Pan for like next reset. I imagine like so they've got more basically the next patch cycle for PTR is the last one, right? And that's next week, and that's when they release all dungeons, so you can do all the dungeons if you want to do them. But if they don't fix it for then, like there'll be no testing for like realistically, Shadowpan's had like very little testing outside of the raid, especially in like the new version of it, right? So it's really hard to get like data on like how it feels and stuff, especially compared to new Conduit. I don't know. But basically, what I'm trying to say is like I'd like to be able to at least test this thing before it goes to live. So at least they can get some sort of like data feedback and stuff from like just average like M plus and stuff playing Shadowpan. So they'll have tons of conduit data. Like they'll have an absurd amount of conduit data. I don't know what that was. It hurts. Oh, it's everything focusing me. That makes sense. I'm just gonna hide behind this guy so that I don't draw aggro again. Ow! I mean, honestly, relatively smooth dungeon for what it is. Like, I don't know where I'd compare this. Like, so the dungeon I have to compare it against is Operation Floodgate, right? Like, new dungeon. I thought Floodgate was a really good dungeon. Like, my opinion's obviously changed on it because I've run it like 5 million times and I'm not a massive fan of it anymore. But that's just because I've run it tons. Like, is this gonna have fun rerun replayability? I think it will. Where's my? You're over here. Wait, did my conduit just cancel itself? No. No, 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 no. My conduit didn't just cancel itself. But it kind of just did, no? I need to relook at that. That's not good. I'd need to take another look, but that felt like a cancel. I pressed it and then I moved outwards to go grab my spirit, right? And then at the time I picked, and like halfway up the line, it just cancelled itself. And I might have pressed something. I could easily have pressed something. I am like playing on relatively awkward ping. Oh, it was a full channel just very fast. Okay, thank God. Okay, saved. Like, my face just went white there, like in sheer panic. it didn't make sense. Why it would cancel again. Just super fast. Okay, cool. I must have Oh, okay, I get what you. I must have activated it with the overlap of the strike and the slicing winds cooldown at once. So if you get both of those, then it's the mega fast one, right? And we must have had lust as well. I must have had, yeah, okay. It's so fast that it felt like a cancel. That's crazy. Would you say Windwalker's A tier after 5% buff? I don't know. Uh, Like, as in like S plus is the best, A's the best. I don't know. I can't really give you like a grading because I've seen like 10 million different tier lists with different grading systems. I think we're fine. I think we're good. I think we'll be better off in raid than M plus, right? I think it'll be very similar to last year, where you'll be happier playing Windwalker, I think, in raid. But I don't think it'll be a troll to run Windwalker in M plus. Like, we're talking like average M plus here. We're not talking high end. Like, if you think about high end M plus, how many specs were actually taken into dungeons in the first like month or two? 5, 6, 7 were like the popular ones, right? Like, there's like at least 20, 25 specs that are just not taken or like not considered. So it's not like it's not a weird thing to not be like the best spec in M plus, right? But I think we're fine. I think we're fine in M plus. We're not the best AoE. Our boss damage is what carries us. Very similar to season 2. I think we'll be very good at like doing a lot of the boss damage. Like even before the 5% buff, I was still like topping boss damages against like these heavy AoE specs like Frost DK or Marksmanship Hunter that were carrying the AoE trash packs, but then I was carrying the boss, right? Which is a good thing for the raid. Because if you're doing like good boss carrying in M plus, well then you're probably gonna be doing good boss damage in raid. Obviously a lot of these classes as well are probably in their AoE talents, right? We have the luxury of our AoE talents always being relatively similar to what our single target talents are, right? Like if you like I don't know, for instance, if this is my AoE build at the moment, and then I ran, I don't know, this version of it, right? It's only a few talents that actually switch out. It's not too many. It's not like you're changing your entire tree. And if you go with this version of it, well, you're switching out like 2 talents, you know. So like our single target and AoE trees are very similar to each other. So that I think that's one of our strengths in M plus. Also a weakness at the same time. Um, but I think we'll be fine in raid. I think we have a good likely spot of being good in the raid. Even though like Mistweaver and Brewmaster are going to be good in the raid, which is a weird one because that initially was like a bit of like a worry. Like Brewmaster and Mistweaver good. Well, they're going to take the monk spot, right? But I think if there's like the situations that arise where you have all your utility, you have all your raid buffs, and now you're just looking for the specs that do really good damage at particular things, I can see us taking to quite a few bosses. And if we're talking just like general gameplay, like general like heroic raiding or your average, I don't know, cutting edge guild, like you can play Windwalker. Like if your raid leader's like, oh, I don't know, is Windwalker that good? I heard it fell off. Tell him no, bozo. It'll be fine. like honest to God, like you can just play. You can just play what you want. So yeah, sure. Windwalker's A tier. If A tier is good, do we have macros for season 3 already? That's a good question. I will like the macros that we have at the moment that I've suggested and stuff. Will be slightly changing, predominantly just because of how spinning crane kick works now, and that we can like use abilities in it. I haven't updated them on the Discord, but I will do when I release the guide and stuff, or maybe like during my making of the guide, I'll just update them at some point. But it's essentially the stop macro is the exact same, but a lot of the abilities no longer have the line spinning crane kick, but some still do. Like Fist of Fury, I've kept the line in because you never want to Fist of Fury during a spinning crane kick because that still cancels it. But like Tiger Palm, Blackout Kick, Rising Sun Kick, all those abilities, Whirling Dragon Punch, I can now like allow myself to cast during it. So those macros, yeah, they will slightly change. But it's just like one line will either just be taken out or they'll stay the exact same. So that's all it is with macros, really. But the thing that will change is I'm pretty sure you'll no longer be, if you do use like the macro that says stop macro channeling, and it's just the general channeling one, which was advised for a while because one, it's cleaner, it's not as many lines of text, and two, it stops all the channeling abilities. You probably can't use that one anymore because unless there's a way to do stop macro channeling except spinning crane kick, right? But that someone else is I don't know that. I basically just do these ones, so I'm sure there'll be some other variation to it, but something along like these lines. Are probably the ones that I'll be running next tier, and I'd recommend running if you want to have like not cancel Fist of Furies, right, but want to be able to cast during a spinning crane kick. I don't believe that's possible. Well, in that case, then shit, these are the macros. So Windwalker could be much better in 10s and 12 keys rather than 15, 16s. Can you confirm that? I can't confirm that, Zonda. Like it's hard. Like the only thing I can truly confirm is that we will not be what the best players in the world. Windwalker will not be what the best players in the world run for the higher end keys right now. If it went to live, there are just better meta comps and stuff. But that really shouldn't come to a surprise, right? Like the only way I think Windwalker could get into a group like that would be absurd AoE damage, right? Like absurd damage. Because there are just better comps that synergize well together that have different utility that complement each other. And like, don't get me wrong, ring of peace good, leg sweep good, paralysis good, but there are better versions of it that different specs have, right? So I think damage would have to be our way in right now, realistically. But yeah, sure, yeah, like 15s and 16s, you'll be fine to play Windwalker in, like if it's like that. But if we're talking like the peak of meta keys that people are playing, as of right now, there are probably just better team comps. So I'm pretty sure from what I understand is that Brewmaster would, if you had to take Monk buff, you probably do it through Brewmaster because they also do a lot of damage, right? And it's good if your tank does damage. Other classes are allowed absurd AoE. Why not Windwalker? I don't know, man. I'm not a dev. I think our single target's really good though. It could go the other way round, right? Why are some classes allowed really good single target and not them, for instance? You know what I mean? Like I think that's been one of our key strengths this tier. Maybe not season 1 of the War Within, but ever since season 2 in Conduit and stuff, we've had some really, really good single target. So like, you can't have it all, right? But I don't know why we can't have more AoE. I mean, I know a majority of players would prefer having better AoE to single target, right? It really depends what content you do. I know more players play Mythic Plus, obviously. It's just the more accessible form of content, right? Chiller. You can just pick up. You don't have to find 20 people to play with or whatever. You can just do an M plus. But like even then, like I always try to look at it for the strength of the dungeon, right? Like our AoE is fine, but we'll really be good at getting those bosses down, right? And that's kind of where we were at season 2, right? Our AoE was good, but other classes did AoE better. But we were really good at then still doing average AoE, but with the same talents, then being able to really help pump bosses down, and that was like one of our key strengths. And I think that will stay the same. So it really depends, like what groups value and stuff, right? End of the day, probably just value more AoE. But I'm happy with mediocre AoE and good single target. I'd like to. What was I going to look at here? I was just thinking about prio damage, right? I actually think we're gonna have a bit better prio damage. Nothing like, we're not talking arcane mage, right? We're not talking like crazy funnel, but I think just the fact that we can get more Fist of Furies out now. We get more applications of Thunder Fist as well in an M plus key. Like, don't get me wrong, we haven't become arcane mage. We're not assassination rogue with their death mark or anything, but we've definitely gained some value on a prio target as well. Because obviously Fist of Fury does more damage to the target that you're targeting. You get more Thunder Fist application, so your melees are going to do more damage to that target as well. Stuff like that. But not absurdly or anything like that. That reminds me, they really need to fix Flurry Strike's targeting. I mean, if they haven't even fixed Flurry Strike's as 4-set application, I think that's a midnight problem. I think they've got their list of things to do. They've moved that to midnight prep. That's even if like hero talents like that go into like midnight. I could see them doing it though, because they're meant to be like continuations. So I could see them like keeping hero talents and maybe like editing them or making them better. Adding you like talent trees? Would you like a talent tree for your talent tree? We've got Conduit of the Celestials, but now we've got two versions of Conduit of the Celestials. We've got Conduit of the Celestials and Celestials of the Conduit. Yeah. Is that the next version? Like, so you pick Conduit of the Celestials, you get your talent tree, and then you've got two smaller talent trees. So you've got, like, essentially... no, they wouldn't do that, would they? That'd be crazy. They would do that. Conduit of Zuin and Nijao in particular. Yeah, like, exactly. They love making talent trees. Yeah, I don't know how they're going to change it for midnight. Obviously, still a bit away. That PTR cycle is going to go crazy. How'd that trinket do that dungeon? Worth looking at. So yeah, about 1.7%. So yeah, in like I guess it depends how many targets there are in that dungeon. It's relatively low target count actually. Especially the way we were pulling it, right? We were pulling like 3 in a pack and stuff like that. So yeah, I'd say in the about 2% just from damage from this thing. It's actually a good trinket. But it's really hard to tell how much value it's giving to my conduit, right, compared to a Lily or compared to a Azir, for instance. So there's always that to add up, but that's what the Sims are for. They will tell me. But just from feel, it feels like a good trinket, and I wish I was playing it sooner in this PTR cycle, I'll be honest. Yeah, that's gonna be yeah, that's gonna be it for me today. Good dungeons. I mean, honestly, yeah. Oh, we are back. He says in his stream titles and his thumbnails and stuff. I believe it. But everyone has different interpretations of what we are back is, right? To me, we are back is, I think, a raid spot, right? Raiding's predominantly what I do. M plus, M plus will be fine, right? It's just I think the hardest part of M plus we're getting into a group. I still think there's will be a bunch of tuning to come in. I don't think we'll get tuned anymore. Crazy take, but I think if Windwalker got tuned again, it would be a nerf. Thoughts? A little bit of a crazy take there. But there's still plenty of tuning to go around. There'll still be like at least I want to say minimum 1 more set of tuning whilst it's PCR, and then there'll more than likely be week 1 tuning right before the raid goes live when they actually see it on live servers and stuff. So still tons of nerfs and buffs to happen. Nothing's finalized, right? Still plenty of tier lists that content creators can make. Oh my god, farming that content. Yeah, still still plenty of that to go ahead. Don't worry, don't worry. Buffs to Shadow Pan possible. Yeah, the only thing that makes me skeptical about buffs to Shadow Pan is I don't know. I think they're looking a lot at Brewmaster as well. And I know that they can do them for each one individually, but maybe they're like maybe they have internal testing and stuff that shows that Shadow Pan can get extremely out of control if it gets like a certain buff to it or whatnot. I don't know. It's really hard to tell. Like if I could have had one change on the Shadow Pan tier set, I actually like after actually playtesting it and stuff, like my one change to make it competitive, to actually make it competitive for next tier, I would have preferred if they had essentially I mean, I guess the charge generation's fine, but like you probably would get that without 50%. If there was literally like if the set functioned in a way where it made it so that every time you cast Storm, Earth, and Fire, you get Shadow Wisdom Wall of the proc, and that'll be the first one you get in the cycle. Or if you have it already active, it will just reset itself to the first. Basically, essentially allowing it to be the first one you get in the cycle, because I think that's the most important thing about if Shadow Pan does damage. So I did enough PTR testing on dummies and in actual dungeons that to see the disparity between guessing it first and fourth is actually bigger. Like it's actually big. Like Flurry Strikes will either do all your damage on that pull, or be fighting for fighting for like middle of the table pack, and it really felt like it depended on that. I wish they went that route with it. Like don't get me wrong, I love the fact that it's 120 energy during Storm, Earth, and Fire. I would even remove the Flurry Strike deals 20% more damage. I'd remove like half of this. I'd remove I'd remove the 20% more damage. I'd remove the charge generation if it allowed us to get it so that you forced a shadow proc every time you Storm Earth and fired, or like it, not the proc itself, but gave you the Shadow Wisdom of the Wall buff. So that was guaranteed to be your first one, wherever it was in the cycle. They won't do it, obviously, and that maybe would be too strong. Maybe the RNG aspect of it is what makes it so it's not ludicrously insane. But I feel like that would make it feel better, right? that would make it feel so much better. Because nothing felt worse than not getting it early on. And it sounds like it's not that bad. Like we're only talking like three flurry strike discharges. Like that doesn't sound like much, but it actually really is. Like genuinely it is. And like 3 flurry strike discharges is quite a lot in a pack. Especially if like let's say you hit about 8 flurry strike discharges in your window or something like that, 7 or 8. 3 of those doing no damage. That's about half of them, right? So you've lost like half, like you don't see the argument there, but I don't know. It's too late for tuning like that for tier sets and stuff like that. But that'd be like my one change to Shadow Pan, honestly. I think that makes or breaks it on a pool. And that's why I think it's going to be so awkward in dungeons as well, because it's got such high variance between pack pools and stuff. Sometimes you'll smash a pack. And the funniest part is, though, is that even when you do hit your Flurry Strike Shadow first, you still get beaten by other specs. That's why Shadow Pan's like real far behind. Like even when it went perfectly, it was still bad. Shadowpan's not even fun. Yeah, I mean, but Shadowpan, the difference is that Shadowpan to a lot of players was an easier way to like play Windwalker and stuff. Like Conduit is a lot going on, right? There's a lot to it. So Shadowpan was always like the kind of like chiller one where you could focus more on getting your mastery right, stuff like that. Your rotation, you didn't have to worry too much. It had Cracked and Jade Lightning as well, and it wasn't forced to play Slicing Winds a lot of the time, and a lot of players don't like Slicing Winds. So, you know, it depends. Like, for me, sure, I think Conduit's more fun, but to a lot of players, people love Shadowpan, right? Like, there's a lot more players than you might think that really enjoy Shadowpan and think it is the funner hero talent for whatever reason. So that's going to suck, right? Because then they have to make the choice of, do I play the hero talent that I prefer for whatever reason, but take the L on it being like a lot weaker? And that's not a decision you want to ever make, right? Like that's an awful decision that you have to make. Because not everyone plays, like everyone does different sort of content, right? Conduit Flow's so nice. So oh yeah, no, I love Conduit's Flow. But then like eventually I get to a point in the season where I've played Conduit so much that I'm like, all right, take me back to Shadowpan. Let's see what that's all about. And I like the idea. I love the idea of the 4-set for for Shadowpan. Like when the 4-sets were released and stuff, I made that video, and I was so excited for the Shadowpan one when I just hit some target dummies and stuff before dungeons were out. Like I was super positive about it. On paper, it sounded like it was good, and then in actual practice, it just felt like it didn't do anything. In raid, I think if it gets played at all, it has to be in raid where. So I think that's the benefit to it, is it's really strong on shorter encounters. In like a long M+ dungeon, that's where I think it just falls off. It doesn't have the ability to keep up, but it felt really good on some of the raid encounters and stuff. And I really like the burst aspects of it. I hate the against all odd things, and I think players are going to come to hate the fact that you have to keep this at 20 stacks. It feels very tight at times, and a lot of, like I keep saying, a lot of prep has to go into it, but you kind of do have to prep every burst cycle for this. Like if you go into a burst cycle and you don't have enough energy, like you start off at an energy bar too low to allow you to keep it up for the entirety of your Storm, Earth, and Fire, it drops off. You have to have it like at a certain threshold. I don't know what that threshold is at the moment, but a lot of the time, if I'm coming up to my 2-minute cooldowns, I will have prepped 180 flurry strike, 180 energy ready for my flurry strikes. I will be trying to get to as high energy as possible just before I send it, just so I can guarantee keeping it up with the 2 tiger palms and stuff. And like, there's a lot of prep that goes into it. And then for the payoff of not getting a shadow proc first, right? And then you're just like, well, what the fuck did I just do this for? But I think like on paper, I think it has good potential, but I don't know. It's very weak. But I think it's fun. I think if anything, I think an easier way to help this would be maybe to increase the agility timer to 7 or something. Like, just maybe even 6, right? Just the 1 extra second can make it so that the prep's not as egregious. Like, during Lust, it's fine. Like, Lust, you don't even notice it, but once you're out of your big, like, Lust cooldowns, you do really notice it. Maybe it's just a haste thing as well, right? Maybe right now I don't have a lot of haste. I'm only on 22%, which sounds like a fair bit, but this will go a lot higher later into Season 3. Like, it will go way higher than this. It should match about Mastery. They should be about on par with each other, so give me, what, 8,000 more haste on top? Maybe it actually plays out better than it can do with the gear I have at the moment. It's hard to tell, right? But I do think it's difficult. It is difficult. And I feel like here's another great example of it. You're on a trash pack, right? And you're in your burst window, and you Tiger Palm to hit the ad, and you go up to 60 chi, and then he does an AoE ability, and you have to move out of this AoE ability. Like, you have to move out of it, otherwise you die. You could hit him again to proc, or you move out, you survive, keep doing the fight. You move out, obviously, your stacks drop off, because you had to make that decision to move out. Nothing else you could do about it, because you had to roll in this direction or whatever. That has nothing even to do with your rotation. You got fucked because you played the mechanic correctly, and now you've lost your stacks, right? Like, it's not even just the fact that you have to keep it up yourself. It's the fact that a mechanic in your burst window can cause you to lose your stacks. And when you've lost these stacks, you've lost your 20% agility buff. Well, okay, then what? You've lost your 20% agility buff, so now your burst window's lost 20% agility buff damage on it, right? And now you have to build it back up again. By the time you built it back up again, your burst window's over. So, like, there's a lot. I feel like there's a lot of fundamental issues with it. Like, you could play it perfectly, but you get targeted by a mechanic you have to move out of, otherwise you wipe your group. You've lost it. You've lost your stacks, for instance. So you see, like, what I'm getting at? It's not even just you have to play it well. You you have to, like, not get screwed up by the situation you're in. So I don't know. It's a little bit awkward. But Conduit, I really feels like it doesn't have many of those situations. Like, it does suck at times when you might, like, pop your burst wind, your strike and your slicing winds, and then you have to move out for something. But you know in your head, these are going to be back up in about, like, 15 seconds from now. I'll be fine. It's okay. I still probably get a bit of my heart window left. Everything's going to be okay. You mess up your Shadow Pan window at all, you're like, okay, well, that's 2 minutes. I've got to wait 2 minutes before I get to do anything like that again. You know, so this is my, like, grievances with it a little bit, is that, I don't know, I feel like they could tweak it in some way, but probably too late for that. Probably too late for them to do anything drastic with tier sets, right? On the plus side, it works really well for Brewmaster. So if you're like a Brewmaster, your side hustle is Brewmasting, you really will have fun with Shadow Flurry Strikes. Like, I played with a lot of Brewmasters on the PTR. It is their top damage. They drop down weapons of order, and they go ham. Like, they just start going ham, shooting out these Flurry Strikes. It looks a lot more fun on Brewmaster, I'll be honest. Like, a lot more, like, easier to pull off as well. So, yeah, maybe. Maybe Shadow Pan was made for the BMs. Free Shadow Pan slaps? Yeah, no, exactly. And they don't have, like, the 5-second penalty as well won't be as bad for them at all, right? Because they can back-to-back Tiger Palm. So even though if they have to, like, move out a mechanic or something, they could Tiger Palm, whereas we'd have to Tiger Palm Rising Sun Kick or Tiger Palm whatever Tiger Palm. They can be like, bah, get out. Bah, get out. Whereas we're like, bah, Rising Sun Kick, I'm dead. The ability hit me. We wiped the group. Tiger Palm. Oh, got roll out. Roll back in. Tiger Palm. Oh, it dropped off. GG. You know what I mean? Like, I feel like it's a lot more... Brewmasters definitely feel like they got the better half of it, if that makes sense. Like, they feel like it benefits them a lot more. Whereas Conduit, I think, benefits Mistweaver really well, but it also benefits us really well. Like, Mistweavers also really love Conduit right now. But so do we. We love Conduit. Sigh, another season of tank main then. Oh no. Oh no. Are the Shadowpan buffs enough to move the needle? Bit of a misconception. They're not actually buffs. I know they put them in the patch notes as a buff, but they're not. The Shadowpan is actually a nerf. It's weird because they never mentioned the initial nerf to the Shadowpan 4 set, so it felt weird that they then put it in to the patch notes as if they've it's a weird one because it sounds like they've basically pat themselves on the back and they've been like, we've buffed Shadowpan again. It's back to a good playable state. It never wasn't. They never implemented the nerfs to it. And if anything, they've actually nerfed it. Because previously it did 30% of your damage. Flurry Strikes dealt 30% more damage even. And the triggering from Storm, Earth, and Fire dealt 100% effectiveness. And the charge generation was actually 100%. They've nerfed this 4 set, right? But if you just read the PTR notes, you might think like, and you should think that because that's all it says in the PTR notes, is that it's back to 120 energy. But they never implemented the 150 energy in the game. It was never a thing. The 120 energy has always been a thing, right? But they've nerfed every other part of it. So that's the issue, right? Is that they didn't get a buff. Shadowpan was already in a weaker state, and it took a nerf. It took an L. Like what? What are we doing here? Well, yeah, I mean, it's not a nerf currently, but this is the issue, right? Is that then, like, because I'm pretty sure I read what Kate said, and that like this stuff isn't even implemented. Like, I think this is like the biggest issue is they haven't implemented it again, right? Like, I don't actually think it deals 20% instead of 30, right? If I'm correct in reading what she said. Like, I feel like I don't know if they don't know how to implement it, or they just don't. But basically. But I'm under the impression this is what they want to go live with, right? Like, at least that is cleared up to an extent, yes? Because if they mention it in the patch notes, I'm under the assumption, okay, this is probably what they want to go live with, yeah, the 120 energy and the less damage dealt on paper and stuff like that. But yeah, it's just still so far behind. It's just kind of meh at the moment. Shadowpan's a little bit in a weird spot. But with that said, I still could see it be played on some raid bosses. I could still see it be played because there are some raid bosses for AoE where Conduit is actually a little bit awkward to play. Maybe not so bad now with the 16, 18 second cooldown on your mini burst window. Actually might make up the deficit. But potentially Crackling Jade Lightning could take the edge. It's really hard to tell. You'd expect so, but that's not what it is right now. Yeah. Yeah. To be fair, yeah, you are correct. Oh, Blizzard. How much did the 5% help? Where do we stand now? The 5% helped us about 5%. Funny answer. It's hard to tell. But like all I can really tell you is how I feel like it's played compared to the other times I've played it. I no longer am bottom DPS every dungeon. I have deleted some of these segments, right? But like a lot of these dungeons now, I'm no longer the bottom DPS fighting for my life, right? And I think that comes from a few things. The 5% really helps. But these other specs are being slightly nerfed here and there over the past few weeks as well. Obviously, it's hard to tell because every player plays differently, right? Maybe one person's going to be amazing at Frost DK. Maybe the other one's going to be like a bit weaker. So it's hard to compare. All I can compare to is like my damage and stuff. But like Halls of Atonement, I felt like I did pretty well there. Gambit, I did a Gambit earlier, and I tried to compare it to my damage that I did the other day, and it was higher, right? Like it's like it sounds very vague, my answer and stuff, but it feels like we have been buffed, and it feels like we are competitive in damage, but that's not going to make us messer, right? So you'll be able to do your dungeons, right? I think you'll be able to do your dungeons fine, but there'll be a point where we will fall off, and that's just how it is, right? I mean, that's how it is on Season 2. I mean, that's how it is with a lot of specs. Like, when was the last time you saw a Shadow Priest and high-end keys, right? Maybe a bad example. Survival Hunter. Yeah, those guys. They guys suck. We've had a weird PTR this time. We've had such a weird PTR. I mean, I haven't been privy to a lot of PTRs. Like, the only PTR I've ever really looked at was the last one. And on that PTR, right, everything was super clear. Obviously, it was a big overtuning of our talent tree and stuff. Well, I say big, but like a lot of it was like really visual talents and stuff like that, removing, changing, adding, buffing, nerfing. So it was like really clear. Because it's all been tier set focused, they haven't really mentioned it in the patch notes. Because it's not, it's a weird one. I think it has to do predominantly with the fact that it's not the wording of the tier sets that have changed. It's how they interact. It still feels like it sucks that they haven't mentioned anything, but if you like look at other tier set changes and stuff, they've changed the wording because the wording of those tier sets actually matters. But R1's very vague, right? In that Heart of the Jade Serpent additionally triggers for 8 seconds, 100% after casting Slicing Winds, and you gain haste 50% while active 4 seconds afterwards. None of that explains how they interact with each other, the Heart of the Jade Serpents and stuff. So that's all that's been changing. Ups and downs, nerfs, buffs, that sort of jazz. But technically, if they released if they were to post this on the PTR notes, the set itself, what it does, like none of the wording's changed at all, because that's not the parts that have changed. Like it would have to come as like a developer note or something, I guess. I imagine, actually, I was gonna say they're probably gonna mention it at the very end when they do their final listing, but they won't, because it doesn't. I mean, it matters, but at the same time, it doesn't matter in context of what the set says it does. If that makes sense, like what the set says it does is exactly how the set functions, right? It's just how it functions with every other aspect of Heart of the Jade Serpent that has changed. But that's okay, I guess. Have I done any raid testing? Yeah, I did all the raid testing. I did normal, heroic, and mythic. The only downside to that is it was when Conduit was at its weakest, right? It's when they had nerfed the interactions between the Heart of the Jade Serpent windows. So all Windwalkers that played on that week would have played with like the nerfed version of Conduit that like felt a bit clunky to play, didn't quite synergize as well as it does now. But overall, I think I think it was all right from my testing anyway. Like removing like the broken classes and stuff, I didn't do too badly. Like at times I felt like I could have done way better because it just felt really clunky. But I think if like let's say raid testing went tomorrow and we were allowed to play with this version of the Conduit TSA at 5% buffs and stuff, I could like see a lot of Windwalkers like doing crazy damage on the single target. Not like broken damage. We're not talking season 2, week 1 damage or week 2 damage, but good competitive damage that potentially gives you a decent spot in the raid, right? So I'm pretty positive for the raid. I'm pretty positive. A lot more positive than I was about a month ago. About a month ago, I was not positive about a raid, about where we were in the raid. How can you tell remove the broken classes when the broken classes make the raid setup? Oh no, sorry. What I mean by that is it's just like during our PTR testing, like there was a lot of like really like genuinely broken tier sets, right? Like Boomy's tier set was broken in that it was doing too much damage. It's been nerfed since then. Frost DKs, some Beastmaster Hunters were also doing absurd amount of damage, so they've been nerfed since then. So that's what I mean with like broken specs at the time in that sense. Not like just in the sense that they were doing damage that they wouldn't realistically be doing because some interaction with their tier set or something was just absurdly high number wise, so it's hard to get a real gauge on them. Where it's more realistic to get gauges on them now. So at the time, like Marksman Hunters and Frost DKs and stuff were topping the meters. I think Frost DKs will still top meters right now. I think they're still in a really good spot, but Beastmaster Hunters, I mean, even they were drastically nerfed because they were just doing ludicrous damage. It's like Paladins, for instance. Tank Paladins were doing insane damage because they had an interaction with something that caused them to do crazy numbers. It's just PTR things, so it's just stuff like that, really. Yeah, that is going to be it for me today. Thank you for hanging out. We tested out some dungeons. Look, I think Windwalker's in a good spot, eh? Genuinely, sounds crazy, but if nothing happened to us for the next week or 2 weeks, and we go live like this, I will be happy. Don't buff me, don't nerf me. I don't think we need any of that. I think like right now we're probably in a good spot for like week 1 and stuff. Potentially, like we could get a little bit of, if anything, touch Shadowpan. Give Shadowpan a bit, give it something, give it a bit more edge, give it some competitiveness. Because right now I don't think you play it. I think Conduit's in a perfect state. I think people really enjoy playing this, like really enjoy playing the new Conduit. But Shadowpan, I feel like a lot of players will be disappointed. Especially if they compare it, like if they play Conduit as well, you'll play both of them and then you'll just be like, why am I playing Shadowpan right now when I can just play Conduit? But overall, I think we're in a good spot. I do think we're back. Not clickbait title, honest to God, not clickbait title. But I thought we were back before the 5% nerf, so buff even. So who am I to judge? Yeah, thank you all for tuning in. I probably won't stream until they do the next PTR release. So probably Wednesday, right? I don't think I'll. Even if they don't nerf oh my god, words, guys, I'm cooked. Even if they don't nerf or buffers, I probably won't play until the whole dungeon sets out. So that will be the next time they put down the PTR. That's when I'll play again. Because we'll have all the dungeons, so we can just have like 8 dungeons to mess around in. But probably not too many PCR streams left. Maybe one or two. Probably one on Wednesday or whenever they do it, and then one on the weekend just to like kind of finally see what we look like at the very end of the PTR cycle. But yeah, thank you for tuning in. Thank you for the follows and the subs and the hanging out and the chilling, the chatting, and the just messing about. And have a lovely rest of your checks calendar Sunday. Yes, it is Sunday, my dudes. But yeah, catch you midway through the week. Bye bye.